So don't stay good. Stay good. These thoughts of you, these thoughts of you, and I said, oh, that's it. Oh, these thoughts of you, and I come to oh, these thoughts of you,
Either a man láti ya crossbag fún power bank, who are going to power bank dání, a lè cement, trigget, a lè máa fi ṣiṣẹ́, bá mú power battery dání. Mi ò fẹ́ sílẹ̀ fún àwọn ọdí pé ó máa lọ sleep, ajábọ̀, máa affect camera. No, it's okay like that. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ó charge báyìí.
Wọ́n ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ewu kó ṣì wà níbi tó bá ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Okay.
I see how I get. It's not
Jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn ti bó ṣe ṣe báyìí sílẹ̀ jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn sílẹ̀ tó tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ báyìí ó sì ṣiṣẹ́ lọ báyìí ṣiṣẹ́ lọ àìkú tẹ̀lé lọ́ba iná lórí wa àìkú tẹ̀lé pé tó bá máa di pé program máa Ìgbà púpọ̀ àwọn yóò dáhùn kò ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ àti tàbí ẹ̀mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò ṣiṣẹ́ ẹnu ṣe pé ní àwọn àṣìṣe padà síbẹ̀ kí ni ìsàdánsì tó ní táwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìlú ìjọba stars àtìbàjọ́ dé ìjẹ ìrọ̀jú pé bọ́ọ̀lù náà ti pé tó máa bọ̀. Báyẹn báyẹn tó ń dá wàhálà rẹ̀ lórí. Ó lọ fún pé ní àìsí ọjọ́ pàtó.
It's just your love the same. So I got you, yeah, and you got me too. They got me, it's myself. I need this. You. Yes,
Our program for Monday. You know, what you are doing is the next generation so that's what it is. I think you know the master doctors. What if you don't have any? Management. Fortunately, you don't really have also, don't watch it.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, everyone. This is indeed one long time to be a member of the club. 2025 annual law week. This is day 6, which promises to be an interesting as ever. We started with day 1, 12th on the 12th, and thank God we have gotten here so far. With the kind permission of the chairman, I would want to please implore us to please move to the 5th rule. Please, let's not get scattered. Please, let's move to the 5th rule on both sides. Let's move to the 5th rule on both sides. The ribbon chairs. Let's leave the ribbon chairs for our guests. So let's please occupy the 5th rule on both sides. Thank you very much. Our guests are here present. Today's session is building the future, the next generation lawyers and law firms. The chairman of today's session is no other person other than the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of Oyo State, Mr. Biono Aikomo. Leonard Silk, former chair of the section on legal practice, Omar of the SCN, is here present. Usola Ajala, one of our resource persons, they are here present. And Madam Kenny Ajali, we would invite them in now for us to start in earnest. The next session is building the capacity of our young lawyers, which is the finals of the Sheryl Waderi Dube essay competition. The topic, artificial intelligence, ethics, and the Nigerian lawyer. The session is to be chaired by leader and elder of the bar, Emeritus Chairman, Mr. N.O.O. Oke, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Anytime from now, our guests would come in for us to kickstart. As I was saying, I guess I am present. The long week started on the 12th with the human service and I started listening almost. And there was an evening in group which was held there at the bar center. It was a night, it was an eventful night of music and various social activities. On Saturday, we had a fitness program, which was the aerobics to the tennis at the premises of the Yagoku Icons, which was geared and aimed at ensuring that yes, as much work hard, and we do a lot of walking, our body too needs to be relaxed and our muscles needs to be stretched. On Saturday evening, we had the finals of the Arafa Royal football competition between Crown FC and Crown Solicitors FC and Afe Babalola and Pool. The finals was won 2-1 by Crown Solicitors FC. They are the defending champions. They will be presented with their winning aim at the dinner on Sunday, whereas it says answer church on it to give thanks to God and to commit the remaining of God's on Sunday evening, revolutionary assisted at the faculty of Arts University of Ibadan, where there was a live stage play of the engagement. It was indeed a rewarding evening. We watched the best of the professional test takers who serenaded us to a world-class stage play, which was very much interesting. On Monday, we had the formal opening, which was chaired by Lord Honorable Justice Olabode Rosevivor, retired of the Supreme Court, and the keynote speaker for this year's 2025 Law Week was no other person other than the erudite and intellectually deep Professor Malam Yusuf Olawolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The topic of this lecture was law, ethics, and innovation sustaining the future of legal practice. It was indeed a robust keynote address, which lived up to his billing. Yesterday, which was day 5, we had the first panel session, which was tax compliance, the new sheriff in town, our lawyers read. Before that, we initially had the first session, which was chaired by my Lord Honorable Justice N.O. Bolaji Yusuf. The topic was the lawyer, his ethics, and his practice cleaning the audience table. Today, as I've said, our panelists are here, our guests are here. We'll be having another worthy session for today. Please do not forget, the climax of this year's Law Week is our annual bar dinner, which will hold at the World Ladies Event Center from 5 p.m. It promises to be a glamorous and world-class dinner. Please do not miss it. We appreciate our guests as they come in for the commencement of today's event. And by the permission from the chair, may we commence. My call on please shall we rise for the national anthem. Let us take our Thank you very much. Shall we move straight to the NBA prayer and to do us the honors, Mayaka leader and Olaika Bionoso, Emeritus Chairman of NBA for the NBA prayer.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, our Creator,
you pray to be with us and our endeavors and deliberations to direct and lead us so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
Thank you very much, Emeritus Chair, Leader and Elder of the Bar. We go straight to recognition of guests, and we have here present the Leader of the Bar here, the Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of your state, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo. Please, a big hand for the Honorable Leader for 9 a.m. We have here present my Lord Honorable Justice Bayo Taiwo of Oyo State High Court. Please, a big hand for our Lord. We have here present as well my Lord Honorable Justice Oyedero of the Customary Court of Appeal. My Lord, thank you very much for your presence. We have here present Honorable Justice Shio Ademola Salami. Please a big hand for my Lord. My Lord Honorable Justice Ademola of the Customary Court of Appeal. You are welcome. Magistrates here present, presence of the Customary Court here present. Thank you very much. Chairman of the Bar, our leader, our landlord, Mr. Ibrahim Olatule Omawa, thank you very much for your presence. And let's here present the chairman of the planning committee of this year's 2025 annual NBA Bar Law Week, former Attorney General Olusegun Mobolaji Abimbola, Senior Admin of Nigeria. Thank you very much. You've always been here with us and we'll continue to see you. Our leader and elder of the bar, Mr. Kolawole Esmo, Senior Admin of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. Other eminent personalities, leaders and elders of the bar here present. Thank you. Permanent Secretary, Solicitor General, Ministry of Justice of your state, Disolubomi Aaron. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much. Secretary GLC, Alaji Abdulsalam. Thank you very much for your presence. We are indeed very grateful. We move straight to constitute the invite our guests to kickstart, and I'll start by inviting the chairman of today's session. We have to be the Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of your state, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo. Thank you very much. Please, we begin as the chairman of today's session. Makes his way forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I invite the chairman of the bar, our leader and elder, Mr. Ibrahim Lawal. Thank you very much. Now let's see Mrs. Bowa Arabi, former chair, section of legal practice, NBA. Please, the big hand as Nancy makes our way forward. Thank you very much, Nancy. Please, also ask, can you help Nancy forward? Thank you very much. Please, the big hand as Nancy makes our way forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have here present as well, Miss Usola Achala, one of our panelists. Thank you very much. Is illegal as Miss Usola Achala. We have as well Miss Kenny Ajayi, one of our panelists, and always illegal as we do before. The lead from the program, the lead speaker, who is Nancy Oye, Senior Admin Nigeria, sent his own reserved apology for his inability to make today's event. It's unusual of him. He was here as a panelist at the 70th anniversary last year to discuss intellectual property. For anybody to be here today, or one proposes to disposes, he cannot be here, but he has sent his paper, which we will hand over to the chairman of today's session to do a historical operation to the paper and to take us through the paper. Thank you very much. We are made to understand by that. Thank you very much. Sorry, when you are here, you have handlers and You know, as a footballer, you have manager, you have players. So today, they are my handlers. So they are trying to put me in proper state. So as it is, we have the abridged citation of the Honorable Attorney General Commissioner for Justice, and the kind permission of the chair is the chair as well. So I quickly go through his profile. I come out here on a CF, a legal professional, public policy strategist, development and management expert, researcher and financial crime specialist. He holds bachelor and master's degrees in law from the University of Lagos and another master of science degree in public policy management from the University of London. He has worked as a special assistant to the Nigerian President of Financial Crime, where he advised Mr. President on various aspects of Nigerian law. He had earlier worked at the foremost commercial law firm, where he was able to build substantial capacity in the advanced areas of legal practice. It's United States School of Government, Harvard University, USA. Certificate in Senior Management Program of University of Cambridge, George Business School, and certificates in Public Policy Analysis from the London School of Economics with distinction. He served on the board of the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency and was briefly the Executive Secretary of Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, Abuja University. He is currently the Attorney General Commissioner for Justice. This is just a statement of who appeared on the Attorney General Commissioner for Justice. Please give every member of the presence. May I call on the chairman of the bar for his welcome address, Ibrahim Lawal. Please dig and ask this is the welcome address.
The chairman of today's occasion, the Honorable the Attorney General of Oyo State, my brother Abiodun Aikoma, I pay my respects. My Lord, Honorable Justice Taiwo, who is as constant as the Northern Star in all the NBA program. Please put your hands together for Justice. Thank you, my Lord. I also want to appreciate our own Honorable Justice Oluseun Salami, the judge of the Oyo State High Court. Justice Salami still pays an annual due to Ibadan Bar till today. And let me pause a while to recognize the second vice president of Nigerian Bar Association, Antiwa Bolatumi Animasha. She's the Alice class together one. She's a son, she's a daughter of Israel and a lover of Ibadan. So please put your hands together again. Now, may I use this opportunity to invite her to the ITV to come and sit very close to me here. Please put your hands together for if the president of the vice or the vice president must accord them the respect of the leader of the bar. Please put your hands together for. Thank you. Honorable Justice Oyediro is here. She called yesterday and tendered an apology for her absence since Monday. She was on an assignment. That's why she could not be part of it. She was the former registrar of Oyo State High Court and a lover of the bar. She said she will be here today and that she will be with us throughout, including the dinner. She's here. So please put your hands together. Honorable Justice Oyediro. My Lord, Honorable Justice A.J. Adesina. A.J. Adesina.
It's also here since Monday. It's also constant. We appreciate my Lord. My Lord sits in Oyo. They made it a point of duty to be here since Monday. So please put your hands together for my Lord. The representative of the president of customary appeal. Sorry, the Honorable Justice Oyedekunle, sorry. Honorable Justice Adewale Oyedekunle is also here in his own personal capacity. He has also been around since Monday. We have to note it. And we appreciate your presence, my Lord. Other magistrates that are here, I appreciate your presence, and I must commend that tenacity since Monday. I want to appreciate you for identifying with us all the time. You are very beautiful. So I pay my respect to all of you that are seated. I quite appreciate your presence. God Almighty will continue to be with you. The Solicitor General and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, was also here yesterday and is here today. I have detailed some of our pictures in my photo. When I am through, I will release it. You are welcome. I don't know why you have to sit at the second. Please move to the front. I want to appreciate our speakers who have come from naturally from Lagos to be part of this. The bar appreciates your sacrifice, and we are very grateful. Mrs. Goma is one of us, but I still have to thank her. She's as constant as others time. Anytime we call her, she will always wants to give her a call, particularly because of the Santos Amala in Ibadan. I know she's always there to me. You are sure the honest thing that today will not be an exception. Yes, it's so unfortunate that you will not be part of the dinner, because the dinner promises to be interesting. You know, the way we do our things in the Bible. Other speakers, I want to apologize for the other speaker whom we wrote, sent a letter, but unfortunately got the wrong address. It was just last week that the chairman of the planning committee informed her, and she was aware. She came at the date of time. Please put your hands together for Ms. Busol Allah, and also Kevin Ajayi too. We are very grateful. The topic of today's lecture is very apt. Building the future, the next generation of lawyers and law firms. We are going to be talking about what kind of law firms do we look at in this age and time. Can we, in all honesty, be contented with a room and parlor kind of law firm in this age and time? Can we, in all honesty, agree that the way we run our law firm on pen and paper, on file and stapler, is it still the same way we are supposed to run a modern law firm in this age and century? Is it the way we also deal with our colleagues and those of our supporting staffs? Is it the way we should go on with the kind of practice that is emerging in this time? age. These are issues that we have to talk about. Is it desirable that more than 3, 4, 5, 6 law firms come together and then pull their resources together to get a solid law firm in this age and time? These are the things we'll be discussing about the law firm, because the reality about our practice is that you cannot rely on the way our manner law firms are, done in the past and think that you get a better results. You also look at the quality of clientele that we have now and the kind of service that is expected of our law firms. And that kind of service, can we rely on the resources we have in our law firm as it is presently constituted to face those challenges, to answer those inquiries from the emerging clients? These are issues we want to be talking about, and I can assure you that the crop of people that we have put together, starting from even the chairman, because the chairman of today's occasion is somebody who has had experience, not just I'm talking about global experience in law practice, and he will be sharing his own experience about how the law firm should run. What are those things expected from a law firm that is properly so called? I am not the speaker, but I'm just giving a teaser. I'm preparing our minds to what we are expecting from our speakers and even audience. So I want to welcome each and every one of us. Let me also thank the chairman of the Law Planning Committee, Oluseun Adebola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He always pride himself as an alumni of what is that their secondary school? Yes. GCI. Thank God I went to Dual College and I union to immediately. So we thank him for putting this together. I also want to thank our newly minted patron by the special grace of God recently, 001 of the 2025 Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the new 6, and our own Mr. Kolawole Esan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for being part of this program since morning. So I want to thank each and every one of us and welcome us to another scintillating edition of our Law Week. Thank you and God bless.
Mr. Vivian, as the chairman of the bar, the landlord of this place, I say, when you say, jack of all trades, master of all, I was threatening with the chairman that the chairman wants to take over what you are supposed to hear. That is what you get when you are so rude. Thank you very much. It's a big hand for me. With us, some recognitions, I can see the audience from senior members of the bar, Director, Civil Litigation 2, staff. Thank you very much for coming. We are really very grateful. Ajibola Alabi, Baba Commander, thank you very much. Emeritus Secretary, Akip Okelola, don't let anybody what I say for you. Thank you very much. Emeritus Secretary, Olamide Otani, thank you very much for your presence. You are very beautiful. I think my job is done. I'll hand over to the chairman to kickstart. Thank you very much.
I will act like the chairman. So I will sit on the chair. I will not stand. Good morning to everybody. Please let me stand on the protocol already established.
so we can go to the business without more than almost wait. My point was there, and I think it is very, very important to let you know the quality of the team. So I'll go ahead to introduce the speakers, those one by one. To my immediate left is Mrs. Boma Alabi, officer of the Order of the Niger and senior advocate of Nigeria. She's a senior partner of Primera African Leader, PAL, and she leads PAL's corporate governance and compliance practices. In addition to being an experienced arbitrator and accredited civil and commercial mediator, she specializes in international tax law, maritime law, mergers and acquisitions, and capital market transactions. She has advised on some of Nigeria's leading commercial entities in several sectors, including real estate and infrastructure, manufacturing, and so many other areas. She served as the president of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association between 2011 and 2013, the first and only president in the over 50 years history of the association across 24 countries, across 7 continents. You know, the way they say it's global, as the thing has gone far. So she was a council member of the board of the Royal Commonwealth Society and served as the chairman of the Association of Women's Solicitors of England and Wales between 2005 and 2006. She's a member of the Institute of Directors and the ICC. She served the 3 years on the board of AFA International, an international network of law firms, which is headquartered in Chicago. She's currently the chairman of the Shipping Association of Nigeria, as well as the president of shipping agencies, clearing and forwarding enterprise association of Nigeria. She is currently on the board of INEG and ARMRE and Carry Assets Management. She is also serving on the board of so many other companies. I'm beginning to be intimidated. She is the chairman of Carry Finance Limited and serves on the board, advisory board of WISA, a non-for-profit software venture organization. So I introduce to us this is Boma Alabi, advocate of Nigeria and officer of the Order of Nigeria. So next is my sister from Ogbomoso. Her name is Olusola Ajala. She's a lawyer, a business consultant, international conference surveyor, and a regular conference speaker and trainer. Her work experience spans across multiple industries, including real estate, oil and gas, and telecoms. As a performance and results coach, she leverages her legal and business expertise in enabling practical solutions and results to clients. As a lawyer, she is committed to helping entrepreneurs and organizations build sustainable businesses, ensuring that their businesses are legally protected and structured. In this capacity, she has advised over 2,000 businesses and companies. As a lawyer coach and the foremost thought leader of the business of law, she is all humanity in her house to see lawyers doing profitable law practices, as well as change narratives of the old legal practitioners and the industry as a whole. She's the founder and director of Studies and Strictly Law Business Academy, the premier business academy for lawyers in Nigeria. She is also a strategy and business development consultant, emotional intelligence certified specialist, and a master practitioner of neuro linguistic program. In 2020,
Ms. Sankara was listed as one of the top 50 individuals leading legal innovation in Africa by African Limited, Kenya. In 2022, she was nominated in the Gay Trader category for the Justicia Awards for Women in Law Initiative in Vienna, Austria. I introduce to us Ms. Oluku Salapo. And finally, Ms. Kenya, she is the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Bangwa and Kodako, a renowned multidisciplinary law firm in Nigeria. Kelly is focused on driving operational excellence whilst ensuring that the firm's strategic objectives are met. She serves on the firm's executive management committee. She is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Taxation in Nigeria, Nigeria Leadership Initiative, and an associate member of the Association of Legal Administrators USA, and Association of Law Firm Administrators in Nigeria. She holds a master's in business administration from Manchester Business School, and over the years, she has participated in premier executive education programs, including in Harvard Business School's leading professional service firms. She is versatile, creative, and goal-oriented. She has the strong communication skills. She's an effective collaborator and consensus builder. She is passionate about simply impacting lives and ensuring continuous improvement. I introduce to us Ms. Kelly Ejema of Bangu and Uganda. In my former life, I used to work in a law firm where we compete with Bangu and Uganda. We always, argue that we are better. So today we know. So I introduce all these people to us, and the conversation we want to have today is very important. Majority of the people in this forum, say for those who are judges by choice, and the people that are supporting us, and even judges and lawyers first and foremost. So we belong to the same profession, and the profession has come a long way. The people play pivotal roles in ensuring that we have the function of Nigeria. They are mostly lawyers. That should tell us the importance of legal education in building a society. Now, this profession has moved from what it used to be. There was a time that in a community there was just one lawyer. And when the lawyer is walking on the street, everybody is saying, Gilo, Gilo. And their shoulders are high. There was just one law school in VI. Everybody from across Nigeria will go to Super for their legal education. Today, we have about 10 or 9 campuses across Nigeria, churning out lawyers in thousands. So that has changed the landscape. The numbers have increased. The realities of today's world has changed. I was going through law firms globally by revenue. I saw law firms making as much as $9 billion on revenue per year. Unfortunately, I saw about 50 law firms, not a single one, on this side of the world. Unfortunately, law is a global business. We now see English American law firms trying to help with our markets. So what do we need to do? Are we going to stay the way we always do things? Some years ago, lawyer told me that it was any mistakes in consideration rather than cash, in yams. So some people have clients when they want to pay the say lawyer, I don't have money, that I'm just coming from my farm. harvested some yams. Should I bring it? Those are the realities. How do we play in a globalized world with this level of expertise, with this level of knowledge, with these current realities that we face? So the people that have been introduced here today are going to discuss these issues from experience. Mr. Alabi is an experienced litigator and arbitrator, and they have a very solid law firm. Mr. Ajayi is managing a very big law firm, and Mr. Ajala, from what we have seen, is a game changer in the practice. So please, I encourage us to listen attentively, to participate very carefully, so that we can all benefit from what we are going to do. So I'll start from my immediate slide. Let's see. What is your assessment of our current realities in the legal profession in Nigeria? These are the globalized legal practice. Where are we?
I'm very grateful for your very kind introduction and MBA Ibadan. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. The chairman's right. This is a homecoming for me because from the very first invitation I received at the time, Shirwa Bingula FAN was chairman of the Ibadan branch, and we had the speaking session in the West Java Center for refreshments. I met this dish. I'm sure you will remember, it was in a white dish. It was steaming. So I said, what's that? And they brought it closer, and I saw the colors. It was orange, it was red, it was green, it was brown. And I said, sure, what's this? He said, it's a cooler. When I was involved in this fish, and I tell everybody about it, you want me to come, make sure I get something like that. That's my love story with your PC. Now the question is, where do you think we are? The assessment. And you know, there's a track saying, justice debates is justice denied. And whichever court you appear across the board in Nigeria today, justice is delayed. Facts. There are so many characters. Our judicial officers are amazing, professionals, working extremely hard in challenging circumstances that their colleagues elsewhere are facing. And I can tell you that for a fact. So the Kigali, I think that was last year, and Kigali, Rwanda, lunchtime I was sitting next to a gentleman, and in the course of conversation I found out he was the judicial officer in the courts in Rwanda. And again, in the course of conversation I asked him, what's your typical doctor like? And he said, oh, we are extremely busy. And I said, really? Yes. I'm about 30 cases a month. A month, 20 cases a month. Now, an average judge in Nigeria has the same number of cases in a day, if not more. That's the minimum on their docket. So that begins to tell you what they're available in this jurisdiction. So it's not about the judicial officers, it's about the circumstances in which we practice and how we need to change that in order to actually ensure that justice is not delayed and justice is delivered on time. So that's my sympathy work, and I think before. Okay, So we're talking about AI and what it can do, and all the conversation we've been so far is about AI and tuning ourselves, upskilling in how we deliver services to our clients. I'd like us to look at AI from a different perspective in how we actually deliver justice in this jurisdiction. So I have the benefit of practice in England and there. And the first time I said this course in Nigeria, I was just exhausted because I found that we spent all our time and energy litigating the margins and not the substance. So you've been going to court for 4 years, and all you're talking about is your motion paper and whether you filed it right, and you haven't got the substance for the case. And we say, matter in England, all of these things are dealt with at the registry because it shouldn't be contentious. You want to get to the substance of the case so that substantial justice can be delivered. So once we're looking at AI, we look at it from the perspective of, you know what, this thing is intelligence, this thing can standardize documents, let's incorporate this in our filing so that even when there's errors from our colleagues or if you got one thing or the other, AI will assist standardize the documents so that those applications are properly filed, they are no longer a contentious issue. They're not wasting judicial time, and we can just go ahead with the solutions. That's basic.
So, to close, I would just like to have your opinion on, I want to rate it on where are we? Form, substance, procedure, but drawn behind and see what to do as the UK. No, if you don't know where we are, it becomes difficult to begin to, to do a proper assessment. Over 100, Nigeria, UK, as a jurisdiction, practice, procedure, form, substance, law firms, lawyers, where are we? Nigeria, UK, ratio.
For judicial officer and very good. I rate them generally very highly. Working in difficult circumstances and getting on with what they have to do. Infrastructure in the court system. I would put us at the very lower part of the spectrum for.
We are not, I don't know this time. So that still as lawyers, what percentage can we get?
Under 20%.
30.
Under 20, fail, yes.
I did one crime for
Yes. Because even when we say we are voice work, trying to you still find that so in Lagos, we're told you can e-filing and so on. You e-file and you still have to go to the registry. So it's an additional step. The e-filing doesn't make it easier, doesn't make it faster. What's the point? And you want a frank conversation, registry staff, people, turkeys are not going for Christmas. If you're e-filing in your office, they're not having that student a bit of change for lunch. And they don't fucking pay. So they're not invested in your e-filing working. So you have to make sure you pay them properly. So they're not looking for lawyers to come to the registry and drop something for photocopying or whatever it is, and those some toll gates. And then it will work. Until then, you can put all the infrastructure in place. They will undermine this. the number of times we go to court, oh, there's supposed to be, the judges can now record without handwriting. Equipment is there, you come back after the close of legal year, come next year, equipment is no longer working, or most of it has disappeared. These are the realities of practice here. So that needs to change. Then I come to our colleagues. We are part of the problem. The last one was the federal high court last week. Lawyers, including senior advocates of life, wasted nearly 2.5 hours of judicial time, arguing whether 60% of time on time. That's unethical conduct as far as I'm concerned. That's typical of sorry. And we're taking the time to really build on an hourly basis and understand the cost of time will not be doing what we're doing here. Even though I charge, I'm giving £100 an hour. So I know my 60 minutes cost. So I'm sitting in the courtroom in Nigeria, somebody's basically 2.5 hours of my time, talking about whether the process of private time. And the judge is sitting there wanting to deal with busy documents. And when we pass, I think us in this situation fail.
Thank you so much. Thank you much. So my takeaway is that we have excellent governors. That's poor infrastructure. As I've now said, 20%. 20 is what said. You know, some failures. The faculty can meet it in. And they us very. Let's keep them marks so that they can prove. This one, let's find people who can answer the providers. No, it's good to know very well. See, development in the nation is about building the right institutional capability. Let me give you the plan. You find medical institutions in shambles as well. Yes, you find nurses and doctors from this side, from UCLA, from Nigeria, from just anywhere. They find their ways to Canada or the UK. They fit permanently the system and they fly. So it is not about the skills of the individuals, it's about the systems that you have put in place. So let's say that I like it was the judicial system in the system. You have excellent judges to pay everywhere, and the registry and the supporting staff are not equally treated. The system is not there, get the same results. So we put that in a basket, like coming out there. So these are what are the skills that lawyers require for today's fight? We have those skills. Are we able to trade along those lines? Can we compete daily? That yes, if we find ourselves outside the shops in Nigeria, do we have the right culture of legal practice? So if your answer is yes, then straight. If it is so, what do you use to?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. We don't have the skills. And I really want to talk about the skills in terms of AI technology. The basic ones, when we talk about time management skills, ownership mindsets, the kind of mindset we have or attitude we have to the work we do. You find out that some of our colleagues would intentionally even delay work because you want to make more money. You want to keep going to court, or you want to keep having that meeting because you know that there is a cost to it at all times. You will even find out that there are matters that can even be solved without going to courts, just going to come through to the lawyer on the other side. You are blowing it out of proportion because you want to appear that you are working so that you can make of it. And there are several ways in which you can show value or project value and still end with skills without going in all 9 ways to courts. So we need to think in terms of what is even mentality, our mindset. Okay, we have a progressive mindset. Do we have the mindset to say, we want this thing to work? Things are not working. Do we want to participate to make it work better? Or we want to just allow it to deteriorate? I think for me, that's even one of the basic things that I'm noticing. I don't want to go into soft skills and all those things. Ownership mentality. Even the way we approach, the course, approach our work,
Ownership of what?
ownership of work. Either you're working in a law firm, either you're running your own firm, or either as you're working as a judicial officer in the course.
Please explain this ownership. I need to understand this. So I'm a lawyer, I work with the Ministry of Justice. I'm the chief law officer. I have officers working in my chambers. They have to work dispassionately, objectively. By the time they start having ownership of cases, how do we draw the line? What is this ownership? The private sector, the public sector.
Okay, I get your answer. Ownership means that everything you need for that mindset to work or to be resolved end to end, you are taking ownership. You are not giving excuses. You are not saying because somebody did not do this or our own goal or did not perform this or our own task, you are not going to do yours. Because we have the attitude of always complaining, giving excuses and saying, because this person didn't do this, I can't. But what can you do to make this work? Who can you approach? Oh, I got to the registry, I wasn't able to file because of XYZ. But before leaving for the court registry, did you check to see that everything you need to file, everything that needs to be in place is in place? Such that at the end of the day, you are not even wasting time going to court, going to the registry, and then you go there and discover that you can't file, then you go back. Before you know it, 2 days, 3 days is gone. You'll not be able to file. Or leaving work to the last minute to do. Not being proactive enough.
Does scholarship entail spending your resources to perform your responsibilities as a lawyer? Even when you are not briefed properly or your brief has not been perfected, you just know that you need to file this thing. This client has not paid. In the sense of ownership, let me go and borrow money for money points.
That's not ownership. That is not ownership. I teach on defense of law, and I would not say that you should even take any action without being paid. So before you start working on any kind of matter, any kind of case, you should ensure that at the minimum you collected 30 to 40% of your fees. So that's not ownership. Spending your resources to get the job done for a client is not ownership. Ownership means that everything you need to do, you do it. You are resourceful. You are not making excuses. You are ensuring that at the end of the day, by the time you start or there's an assessment of your conduct, you can be justified to say, I put in every necessary effort, resource within my capacity. But maybe some external thing outside of my control is what is responsible for the challenges you're experiencing. But everything within your control, ensuring that you are able to take care of it and you are not making any excuse.
Thank you so much. When we have conversations like this, we cannot be speaking in theoretical terms.
So some of the things I'm saying because I'm wearing issues. And I know where it is. I'm a member of GSC or your state. And I know the strength and the weakness of the government. No, because it is all we have government others and private ones. So in a society, there is nobody who doesn't want to maximize opportunity. If circumstances permit, all those things that are analyzing, are they not systemically failures? If a lawyer behaves the way that some professionals, and there are rules that you catch up with such lawyer in an system. If you look to the left and to the right, and nobody is watching, there is no system, and there is a value item of the business. It's a natural thing. Crime is abnormal. So, what do you think you can do to build the necessary institutional frameworks to deal with targets? This answer is not only pure lawyers, it's even at the top. So what do you think you can do to deal with those gaps? To ensure that lawyers actually take ownership. That's the kind of payments that lawyers have. You know that it's an extension of taking ownership. Personalizing situation and it's not ownership. With other places, if you find such of that, it becomes a situation. We were doing a case, and after we are close, parties are closed their cases, and we are jumped for final addresses. Then the lawyer find that the witness, the defendant, forgot to say something. And under section 35, I mean section 36, he has right to fair hearing. After we have closed our cases, we have adjourned for final addresses. But in of final addresses, in other places, the lawyer will not do that. In Nigeria, even if it is for appearance fee, you can blame the lawyer for any appearance fee when it's under pressure. When you have, he's not going to work. He will use what he has to make money. So if it's another opportunity to expand impossibility, why not? If there is no system that checks, what do you do?
Thank you. I think the fact that you said crime is scenario, which is very true. But at the same time, as individuals, we must hold ourselves to certain standards of morality. And even when no one is watching, when there is no CCTV, I will still do what is right. That should be the first step. Whether or not there is a system in place to check us or not. And because we are custodians of the law, it should start from us. We have ethics on our profession, ensuring that we hold ourselves to a moral standard, a high moral standard, that even if everybody will submit to this because nobody is watching, I will not. And I think that should be the first basis before you start thinking about whether there are going to be rules, policies, or checks in place. Because if we don't have that as our moral standard, then whether there are rules in place, there are policies or there are systems in place or not, we will not do the right thing. We will only be forced to do the right thing because there's something to check us. So what I'm saying and what I'm challenging us to is we need to hold ourselves to a high standard. That whether there's someone watching or not, whether there are systems in place or not, whether there are policies to check next week or not, this is what I am committing to, and I will do it because it is the right thing to do. Then we can then start talking about having checks in place, policies in place, disciplinary measures in place. I give an example. I have the clients currently, and there is seriousness right now because they were wrongly advised by their lawyers. And they got into sort of millions of dollars in debts. Unfortunately, they couldn't pay their lawyers because of the issues they are in. It will stress you to know that these lawyers still took them to court, demanding for their legal fees. I wasn't aware, and I told them that I need to tell me because this is a case of disciplinary action. You brought us into this mess. We are in a mess of several millions of naira, and you still have people trying to take us to court because we are in a mess that has not enabled us to pay a professional fees. And even when we go to the disciplinary committees, we know what happens. We have some of these chairs in place, but are we enforcing them? There are some people I know the law comes to that getting away with it. And that's why I'm still emphasizing that we need individually to hold access to those moral standards. But then we also have to start thinking about enforcing the policies, the laws that we have in place. Let us make a scapegoat of somebody, no matter how highly placed, no matter how the titles, so that will just send a message to the rest of us that the system is a new sheriff in town and we no longer condone irresponsibility, we no longer condone irresponsible actions. And that's where every one of us will sit up. Because we all know the right things to do. We just don't want to do it.
So, I don't want to join issues with my parliament. We have rules of professional conduct. They taught us in the law school. So it is not for the absence of those rules. You see, in the we want to be like some foreign countries. What they are doing, we don't want to do. Enforcement is at a huge cost. If you are on the street in the UK and you call 911 and within a few minutes, if anything is around, it costs a lot of money to ensure that that is happening. So, I will not believe that people will naturally just do what is right. I will not, because I have reasons to know it doesn't work like that. If both of us are selling cars, we are car dealers, and we sell our shops or car lots side by side. We buy from the same country, from the US, the same model of vehicles. Me, I have a way of not paying custom duties. You are paying custom duties. Sometimes, on some vehicles, you pay 15 million. Me, I'm paying 1.5 million. I will send you out of the business. Simple. Because if you insist on selling your vehicle for 60 million, I can sell my profit. And I will still be fine. So if we cannot enforce standards as professional people that are under pressure, that are not well paid, that have things to pay. I think when we introduce these things open to the house, it will be a subject of discussion. There are not talk to be thinking about these things. I will not say, do you know that some lawyers pay 50,000 in today's Nigeria? So a lawyer that is earning 30,000 who does not want to steal, and there is this rich man that has been paid. This matter can be finished in 6 months, but at the same time, he can do some Nigerian legal changes to keep it in court for 3 years. Be getting 30,000 every time you go to court. Tell me the person that will not want to do that under if there are no groups, stop it.
May I make an intervention on this one? And I'm going to give a real life example. So when I first came to practice in this jurisdiction, I approached the head of legal of a bank and said, well, this is where I work, these are the services we can provide. And she said, yes, I'd like to brief you. But we pay our external counsel 300,000 naira per case. The maximum we pay is 500,000 naira per case. I said per case, you give us litigation matter at trial court level, it takes nothing less than 2 to 3 years, and that's what it is. I'm sorry, that's what we're getting. I don't have a budget for more. I spoke to colleagues, I just talk about it, that's why we don't work for banks, so we don't pay well. I said, okay, I'm going to take the first batch of cases, and I'm going to give you the tools with which to go back to your board and ask for your lawyers to review better. Because I see you're one of us. You understand what it takes for us to handle the matter of 3 years. You yourself understand that you're underpaying us, and yet you cannot defend it. So I took identified that's five research gave me. Every action we took, we sent an email. Someone was in the registry today. We had a strategy meeting this afternoon. We were here. By the end of the year, she had to file this week, showing actions and steps and the value, the work that the lawyer was doing. One of the things we don't convey to our clients is the work that is involved in delivering our service to them. As a result of that, they undervalue your work and they're not prepared to pay you anything more than an appearance fee. So that's why we need to take a step back and look at a very clear story. By the end of the year, we're now going for the budgeting for the following year. The General Counsel of that bank, with the files that I had given her, could go to the board and show them this is what the lawyers outside who are doing. Your 300,000 to 500,000 is simply insufficient. They raised all of us across the board, not just me, from that year to 1.5. The following year went to 3 million. By the time I concluded my work for the banks and stopped doing the work, on average, I paid 5 million to external counsel. If I hadn't shown them that value with the process I put in place to give her the tool to make the argument from budget to the board, lawyers would still have been paid 300,000, perhaps less per case across the board. Those steps I took benefited not just my firm, benefited all the external counsel in that bank and the other banks who were benchmarking the external counsel with what the others were doing. So what am I saying? Sometimes we need to apply thought to the process and what we communicate to our clients. Rather than going down the street of appearance fee at 10,000, that's not even value for us. Think about the process, communicate the value, and people will pay for value.
Thank you so much. When you a senior counsel, as I define this happen. Let's go. Okay. You leverage your maybe you spoke with it and you just felt okay. Anyway, you come to that. It's not.
So maybe we internationally and what we talk about when we talk about value. Because most times we are quick to say we got the law or we want to get the money, the fees, but we are not highlighting or projecting our values. And I want us to think in terms of, and it's not really per se about because she came from the UK or something. It was simply just showing process, showing workings, like we like to say. But most times a lot of us, and I say again that don't negotiate from the place of hunger. Most times we are hungry. And because we are hungry, we are not able to sit down properly to articulate the value we bring to the table. There will be times that you will be broke. What you do, you go into. And I also tell people, don't even negotiate over the phone. Because sometimes you can abuse, they will abuse your emotion, and before you know it, you give it in. And the moment you say yes, it's very difficult for you to say no. Can you also make a decision to walk away from the grief? Because if you do not, there's no attraction. You will keep attracting those type of clients. If you take it to them and say, oh, because I'm broke, I really need to solve this bill, you will also have that condition tomorrow. There will always be a need. So can you also be disciplined enough to walk away from the grief because it does not serve your purpose or because your value is being undermined? So we need this for you. And this journey is a personal thing, but also a collective thing. If today I say no, and I go to the next person, the person says no, the next one says no, they will know that something is happening. The fact that you say 50,000 today tells them that there's another layer who's going to take 30,000. And we'll just keep exposing ourselves. And the fact that somebody takes 50,000 or 30,000 means that they can come tomorrow to price another person for 20,000. So what you are doing, you are not just undercutting yourself, you are undercutting every of us. So we have to think about the multiplier effect of our own individual action on the collective of our industry.
Thank you so much. Yes, now about, you know, I don't know why, somewhere in my head, I always want to play the fingers and do because I'm a reality. If not for the legal practitioners remuneration model, which we are hoping the NDA will be able to enforce, it becomes difficult to standardize. I mean, to maintain this kind of position where we have no standard. If when it comes to you and you say there will never be an alternative, then you can enforce. But when, in fact, it has happened to me before, I wanted to prove that I was a leading lawyer. Somebody bought a property and I insisted I was going to collect a particular percentage. So I worked with him. He got somebody as a lawyer like me to keep and sent me the front page. You see, so but I believe that it's in our interest, you know, this profession, even in England, it's not, it is a noble profession. You see the way these barristers work together, kind of shoes they wear, even a dog tenant, the standard law firm, hence well. So people should very well and do well as lawyers. That is what you are called to. So let's note it. Anytime they give you any brief that is, you know, some not making your things very well, just walk away. Especially in 2026. So, Madam, I want to at least let's take it from you. You are currently managing an international law firm. When you have a law firm and our law group, the skyscraper, you know, plenty lawyers, salaries in millions, it is taken for granted that you are leveraging technology and you are back with firms in developed societies. So what are the technological tools that today's law firms should embrace? What are the ones for the, you know, not everybody will get to level, the ones that you are using, the ones for medium-sized law firms, and the ones that even practitioners can adopt, make their lives better. This levels that we can learn. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's been an engaging conversation. I'm always happy to be in this space. I'm an accountant, but I say I'm a lawyer in association. I joined Bangladesh in 2003.
that started working with strong partners, I think about 2 years, so I think I've heard into the lawyer bias station. To the question, and I'll take you back a bit of history so that we, regardless of the stage where we are at our law firms, you can see the growth trajectory. So I joined Power and Value at a time where we would all gather around a video at least come. So emails come and everybody, you get to go and check with the secretary, do I have an email? Because we're working with the national clients and we're sending emails. So they print out your email for you, you write, reply, you type it in, to only the secretaries that had computers then. Then we moved to the stage where everybody was in the desktop. So we bought a few desktop for a cluster of people. So we would, this strategy we use this strategy we use that. And then we moved to the stage where everybody had a website. Now has to get email addresses. With those email addresses, it came the cost of then it was even free licenses, but now you have to pay for licenses. People now started giving laptops out because of the nature of lawyers working around the clock and just have to be mobile and sit available. That came with the challenges of how do you secure this equipment and bring them to people with either from theft or from use, spillages and things like that. It came with those issues. So there's an issue of ensuring it, having regulations around how you carry it, and there are not issues before because you have the firm's data for things. So governments must also follow your IT, your IT processes. Okay, and then there was the email, you have to get an email account for everyone, and then it was the monitoring what goes in and what goes out. And then COVID came. The good thing that COVID did and continues to do for us is that show that the way lawyers work, lawyers are very traditional. It's no longer that way because we now have to move to virtual. Thankfully, we're prepared. We have laptops, we have there was provision for internet access because again that goes to also infrastructure. Not all this thing that I'm saying because it all adds on to your cost and you must know your why. What are the basic things that you need? You need Microsoft Word. Lawyers are comfortable with that. You need those basic Outlook for your email. Those are basic, right? Your PDF. You need your data in your office. Those are basic. But now we are moving to a generation of artificial intelligence. Okay. With artificial intelligence, you can create your own processes. There are so many of them. There's a basic one of ChatGPT, there's a notebook here, and there are lots of them, They can create your own processes from start to finish. And then again, with those comes obligations, ethical issues, governance issues, confidentiality. So whatever AI you adopt, you must have a governance structure around it. I think recently it was Deloitte that got into trouble, international Deloitte. They did an opinion that the client paid for, used ChatGPT and forgot to remove that line of, do you want me to further access or yeah, so you run into a lot of trouble with that. So there has to be governance, there has to be quality control in your using AI. Again, you can't shy away from it. You can't shy away from because it makes you more efficient. It makes the next lawyer better than you. Right? You wonder. So we used to wonder, when there's this loads of due diligence documents from the work with international law firm, and then you just churn out something and what is it? What is it? So now we are there, put in the document into whatever AI to be summarizes it for you. So we can't shy away from those things. We need to learn. In my office yesterday, we still had an AI awareness session where we got a third party to come and show us and do real life demo, how you can do this, how this can create a powerful representation for you in minutes. You could even went far as analyzing the case and creating a podcast for that case. So there's the need for learning, actively learning, and seeking expert opinion. One other thing that we'll always do is this is available, and we buy them, but we don't choose them. Lawyers are very conservative and they want to go out of their comfort zone, particularly with technology. This phone that we carry, most of us don't even scratch the thought or the capability of the things that we have. So my advice is don't go on a shopping spree. Look for what bottleneck do we have? What do I want to kill? One issue with law firms that we're all passionate on is workflow automation. As your firm continues to grow, a lot of times you won't even know what this person is doing. That's how a lawyer will tell you, oh, you will get judgment on a matter and you will not know that this matter has advanced to that level. In that case, people saying it is something that they get into it. There's a way that technology will help you to automate your workflow so that you know real time online what's going on in your firm and what's going on with people. Again, it's people accepting. I talked about lawyers wanting to be their comfort zone. It is the tone from the top. What are we saying from the top? Are we progressing in our mindset? As leaders, are we progressing? We see the possibilities. Where we want to see our firm, how we want to compete, amongst our peers and then globally. All of that will help you in drawing up your technology framework. There's a whole world of possibilities out there. Just think about it. There's always a process around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me tell us from the personal experience. When I was working in the law firm, they gave us papers, typed papers, to record our activities for the week. So we are going to say, I went to court, I sent an email to this client, I had a telephone conversation with this client, and at the end of the week, there is a minimum number of hours, and it was clocked. And it was difficult. And it made accountability a big issue for us. Because you can see yourself at the end of the week. Sometimes, for people who are not so active, they want to make up the hours. And when you make it up, you are already 7 days at the back. Then you put there that you prepare for extension of time, 4 hours. Because what are you going to? After some time, you are still able to deal with that. Then they bought software called time matters. That time matters. It was as if they sentenced us to prison. Because everything was recorded electronically. And it drops a graph of the activities at the end of the week. So it puts the majority of us under this free. And I know some people resign because of that. So technology is not, there is a mental shift that must accompany technology. We are used to doing things in a particular way. Then, like in my ministry now, Ministry of Justice, if you say we buy one computer, that people should be blocking you. That was called. So we need to understand the cultural gaps in all these things, so that in adapting technology, we have to allow mature and grow into it. Now, my question now is going to Lanex, and I'm speaking for myself. When President Obasanjo was president of Nigeria, we had so many banks in Nigeria, like 100, with authorized capital of 2 million, no physical assets. They will just rent a branch in BI, rent another one in Ikeja. and you have a customer deposit of 10 billion. If you have asset base of 5 million, pay rent of a shop in VI, another in Kenya, maybe another one in that state capital. You can walk around the government, you can have a huge depositors base of 50 billion. And you realize that this is not sustainable. Nigeria is an oil and gas company. We need funding for people in the exploration industry. Sometimes as much as $10 billion. These banks don't have that kind of resources. So I will just say we have balance, much good balance. Do we continue to have this large number of banks, or we shrink them to have bigger and stronger banks? So I want to draw an analogy. We have law firms that are everywhere. You know, I want to inside one small bank, 10 square meter. And everybody 120 lawyers. When I was in Orlando, we run cases that I know in a level playing field we shouldn't have won. Because we have more than 100 lawyers. An average lawyer $1 million in his university or law school. You have Tony Ajayi with PhD or Harvard. You have the late Michelle Ekweme, PhD Harvard. We have Nnamdi Azikiwe, a PhD Oxford. We have people like that. So they give us a brief from Central Bank against Mr. who has gone to higher global horizon. The entire library of global horizon has lost 30%. Now, he cannot match us. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We feel and we are winning cases like that over and over. Some of them will not even know that they needed to file reaction notice and will just file people to cases out. My concern is, should we continue to run the way we are running, or there should be a minimum standard for law firms in Nigeria so that people can come together? There will not be a weak law firm. Anybody who is a lawyer, so-called, will have a minimum amount because every law firm will then be strong. There is no law firm that will be, chancing other lawyers. Is it something that you think we should consider? Have a minimum standard, let there be mergers and acquisition of law firms so that every lawyer can be put on a 500,000 salary and every law firm will be able to have to pay. Please, let us have your thoughts.
I have had the benefit of practice in a different jurisdiction in a different continent. As president of Commonwealth Lawyers Association, I also have the benefit of taking a deep dive, proper look at practice in 54 countries that practice common law. And I will come from that perspective in looking at what we're doing in Nigeria. And perhaps how we can have a minimum standard and ensure that practice everywhere this earns a living wage from the practice of law. And I'm not going to go too far out. I'll go to Ghana next door. The Ghana Bar Association, similar to the Nigerian Bar Association and the Bar Council, because it's the same cut and paste that we did in terms of regulating the profession. So between these two bodies, they regulate the profession, they ensure that lawyers are not just regulated, lawyers not profitably, and all of that. So a lawyer in Ghana, the Ghana Bar Association knows where you practice. You can't just set up a law firm or an office without informing the GPA. This is where I'm at. they come and inspect to ensure that we have the minimum by the requirement. Because they enforce it, no lawyer will just go and set up without being sure that he can meet this requirement. That in turn drives partnerships because they begin to work together and pool resources in order to meet the minimum standard. Because that minimum standard is enforced. Here, nobody checks what we're doing. Nobody comes to inspect where you are. You don't tell everybody where we are. So we can more or less practice out of the briefcase. And then they do. They will ask you, can I receive processes in your chambers? In reality, they practice out of their car and a briefcase. And they're using an address, true or false. That doesn't happen in Ghana. Another thing Ghana Bar does, and it acts as a protection to us, to the lawyers, is they set that minimum that you can charge for any piece of work, and they enforce it. So Nigerian Bar Association is beginning to go in that direction of the Regulation Act, but there's still a big gap. So for instance, well, my friend was part of a law network, and a colleague in Bahrain contacted a number of us in Africa to give quotations for a piece of work. I looked at what we're currently charging in Nigeria and benchmarked against that for the piece of work because I didn't want to charge disproportionately based on what they're doing here. That came to approximately $1,500 US. And that's what I quoted to. My colleague in Ghana comes back and says in Ghana it is $6,000 as prescribed by the Ghana Bar Association. Knowing fully well that no other Ghanaian lawyer is going to take less than that because the Ghana Bar Association has said for this piece of work, you all are charging $6,000 for the senior equipment. So that's how Ghana is protecting its lawyers and their income. And how have they managed that? They've been very deliberate about not politicizing the bar. So I had the first-hand experience of the presidential election of the Ghana Bar Association. Of course, we know what goes on here.
What goes on?
I will come to that. So my host at the time, because I was president of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, was a council member representing his country on the council of the CLA. And he hit me up with protocol, he took me and his family and other lawyers sightseeing. He was driving himself. We were in the car, we stopped at a little castle, we had lunch, then we arrived at Takoradi, which is where the Ghana Bar were hosting the annual conference and the election was taking place. That is when I discovered that my host was running for president of the Ghana Bar. There was no phone call, there was no campaign team, there was nothing. He was driving. So I have to describe this. He was driving, we stopped for lunch, we arrived in Takoradi. And then they said to me, well, good luck, man. I'm like, good luck with what? So I'm running for president of Ghana. I said, how is that possible? So in Ghana, we don't know what Nigerians do. How do you? He said, well, the Bar Association, you put your name forward, it's out to be president. The Bar Association sends your name, your campaign manifesto, and your CV to all the lawyers in Ghana, so they can see for themselves what you say want to do for them, and be like, end of story. At the conference, each of you gets 10 minutes to defend your manifesto and then they vote. So by the time they're coming in to serve the profession. They have not expended resources for whatever it is that we do here. It's a political personal ambition. We get politicians involved. When we come in for a 2-year tenure, we're focusing on getting, we've done investing and we need to get investment back. And the focus is not necessarily always on the profession of the right content. So these are some of the challenges that we have. We need to get to the place where we're regulating properly to ensure that all of us meet an equal standards. If we do not do that, we'll continue what we're currently doing, which is a race for the bottom. Because you can only charge as much as your competition is hard. That's why I was ended up charging $1,500 when my colleague guy was charging $6,000. And it will continue undercutting, underpaying, to a point where eventually it will not be profitable for us to practice anymore.
Thank you so much. One of the most prominent leader of the state level in his book, From Third World to First, which he wrote some years ago before he died, he recalled an experience he had with a Nigerian politician in 1966 when they came for Commonwealth program in Lagos. He met with Festus Okotie, who was Nigeria's Minister of Finance. 1966 January, and as at 2010, when he was writing his memoir, the experience he had was still fresh in his mind, that is featured in his memoir. And I would like to read to us what he said after meeting our minister. He said, Raja and I were seated opposite Festus, the first minister. The conversation is still fresh in mind. He was going to retire soon. He said, he had done enough for his country and now he had to look after his business, the shoe factory. As finance minister, he had imposed the tax on imported shoes so that Nigeria could make shoes. Raja and I were incredulous. When we said that night, convinced that there were different people playing to a different set of rules. That was what Lee Kuan Yew said about Nigerians. He transformed Singapore from a fishing small island country to a global wonder, a G20 country. So in 1965, they said we were playing by a different set of rules. And we are still playing by those different set of rules. The question is, where has it led us? If those rules have practically brought us to where we are, from the giants of Africa, who could go to Liberia or Sierra Leone to stop wars, and now some ragtag boys are holding us to ransom 10 years, then we need to consider those rules. Not only as a group, but this profession. So, Ms. Ajala, what advice do you have for? Because I see you are an advocate for personal change. So, what advice do you have for us as individuals to help us invite that new culture? Those new rules that will help us as a people, as a country, as a profession, especially the younger generation of workers.
It's a very difficult question to understand, but I'll try. You know, sitting here, I was just reminiscing and thinking about a lot of things. I was doing my reflection earlier this year because I found myself working, even though at the start of my career I worked briefly in real estate, but then I found myself somehow back in real estate this year. And I was interrogating the source why, as much as I loved land law and criminal law during my undergrad days, I had said I didn't want to do anything in that regard. And I began to think about that. Why didn't I want to do a lot within the real estate space and I'm still finding myself back there? And it occurred to me that as far back as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old growing up would always pray sometimes for a week or 3 weeks saying, "Oh, Baba, no, yeah, maybe we wait till you know, I get you back, I take care that you that job with your people." I pray that you are, my grandpa is going to court. Yes, that's it. My grandpa is going to court this week. Please go with them and let the judge decide favorably, for them. And this went on for years, 30 years. A case that I started before I was given birth on. Went on for years and was only concluded in 30 years. And that just gave me unconsciously a mental conclusion that I don't want to practice within the sphere of anything land, litigation, real estate, and all of that. That was an unconscious conditioning for me. It took somebody asking me a question for me to then go back and begin to interrogate what's the root cause of this. And I'm saying that to say that what this was a man that I also saw his work ethics and his integrity. Because for this particular matter, when the judgment was eventually given, and people who had encroached on the land had to come back to start repaying, they were bringing millions of naira in Ghana was going to him. I could see the integrity within which he handled that money and not spending the time for himself. And that is where I get my conviction and decision and an advocate for doing things right. Because I experienced it firsthand from childhood. So I don't say it's a difficult question to answer because everything within our environment enables us to do the wrong thing. You described it, somebody who is hungry, you get an opportunity to cut corners, your natural instinct is to do that. So why are they not be able to give the necessary answer or the right answer? What I would say is that if we are all, left to ourselves and we want to go to bed at night and you think about your day, reflect about your day, what did I do? In what way did I contribute to making this country better? In my daily affairs, how I spent today, my interactions with people, what way did I contribute to either making this country better or bad? It's a difficult question, but that's where I like sometimes that can we individually check before you retire together at night to say, in my days today, in going to sport or interacting with my clients, can we have one house? The chancer is much. Can we have one house?
Please, those that are standing at the back should find a seat for themselves. And those that are making other discussions should please fall forward. We're having a serious discussion here. Kazeem Badamasi SCN, please come to the front. Kazeem Badamasi SCN, please come to the front. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So it's left to us as individuals, especially because we are custodians of the law. We shouldn't be seen as enablers of bad governance, immorality, things that are not right. So before you retire to bed each night, can you just take a moment to reflect, how did I spend my day? And in what ways have I contributed to making this country better, or to still enabling the bad things or the vices we see in the country? That's the way I achieve my life.
Send us back to our conscience. Believe us to God and our conscience. Okay.
So in addition to what you said, you know, even though we love God, all the generation and everything, at some point you still want to come and because home is where it starts and home is home. So again, not to this issue of conscience or, we always talk about leadership. But in your own space, it has to be things as when you see something wrong, happening wrong, address it, respect. If you say it once, it is not being, the person is not listening. Say it again and again. Don't say it so because of the children are watching. We say millennials and whatever, they are watching and things that we allow. If you want to carry on. I found out this or something, I think I also did a conflict. I saw someone urinating in the estates. And I told the guy went into this road, I thought the window. I said, okay, if you do that next time, you will find 50,000 naira. I said, oh, madam, I'm sorry. And I looked at myself, what the guy didn't get the roadless to do that. But I felt good because I asked on something. So when we see something not right, let's not shy away from talking about it and addressing it. And I thought to mention that Nigeria will be great because we always pray.
Those are natural law views. Let's listen to positivism.
I thought I speak from factual and personal experience. So one day I was in Oxford Street in London. With a street in London with a girlfriend of mine. Two friends. Anyway, there was a parked house. Never happened before, never happened since. And we always have backup. But apparently, some work was going on with a phone company, and they inadvertently cut through all of the infrastructure that supplies power to Oxford Street. My Nigerian friends and this Nigerian lawyer were in the shop called Selfridges, when the power cut happened. And all the systems failed. So lights went, CCTV went, and it just shut down. These two Nigerians were holding on to each other, trying to make their way out of the shop into the sunlight. The Oyinbos, once they realized there's no CCTV and there's no surveillance, started grabbing perfumes and things and taking them out. They started shoplifting. What did that show me? They are not more honest than the Nigerians. It is all about systems, enforcement, holding people accountable. If you set standards, those standards will not hold themselves up. You have to put systems in place to hold up the standards. We lost a wonderful gentleman, may his soul rest in peace. His name is Christopher Kolade. And at one point, he was a Nigerian High Commissioner to the Court of St. James in England. And there was something he said in one of our interactions, which has stayed with me ever since. And I quote him. He said, standards are subject to gravity. Standards are subject to gravity. If you don't hold them up, that the fact. So we know our individual conscience and individual whatever we do. We must put in place the systems to hold people accountable if we want to maintain standards. I end with this, and this again is a true story. So I was in Vancouver for an old conference, and the conference started with a bar leaders breakfast. So as a bar leader, I was invited to breakfast, and the president of the Canada has, I think, 3 law societies, because there's French, Canada, and so on. So the president of one of the law societies in Canada was sitting next to me. And in the course of the conversation, we began to talk about professional indemnity insurance. At the time, I still had a very active practice in London. I have a practice here. In London, my professional indemnity insurance per client at the time was £3 million. So for any error issues that arise from my clients, like she just described, where they've suffered loss as a result of my poor professional advice, the insurance company could compensate them up to £3 million. Or if I run off with their money, clients' money, or any of those things that I'm not supposed to do, my professional indemnity cover was there to ensure that they're not out of pocket, and as a result, maintain confidence in the profession. When I came here, it took me a while to get the insurance company to even understand what I was talking about when I was trying to put in place insurance cover. And it was not the norm. Now, my colleague with president in Vancouver told me what they had just done, which was the extra mile in maintaining standards and confidence in the profession. He said the lawyer had run off with over $15 million of clients' money. Insurance cover in Canada was about the range of the UK at the time, so it was about $3 million. They, as the law society, the body of lawyers, said, we cannot allow an individual who has entrusted his money to one of us in this profession go suffer this loss and not be compensated. Because the impact it will have on the rest of us, the confidence in the profession, if we do not remedy this, is ultimately, the knock-on effect to be excessive. So that year, they not only paid their practicing fee, they paid extra to ensure that that individual who had entrusted the lawyer with his money in their client account got his $15 back, not just what was insured. That's where we need to be going. Beyond holding ourselves individually accountable between us and our God. Standards are subject to, if we don't hold them up, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, it feels like we should continue, but you know, as the starting point is just how to draw the bottom. I believe the time here this morning has been well spent. Take away, we have to, as individuals, hold ourselves to some standards, which we are taught in the law school, in the churches that are teaching us, in the mosque, they teach us, even in our communities. There are standards that society expects us to live by. Now, as legal practitioners, we have a higher duty. People respect us anyway we find ourselves. So let's live up to that responsibility and be decent human, first and foremost. But I believe the leaders of the profession here are thinking about it, there are so many things to take away. We need to hold standards, sustain it, put in mechanisms to ensure that we maintain standards, hold people accountable, and punish where necessary. Any society that doesn't do that is going to work on its course. Hard to So any society that fails to hold itself to some minimum standards is going to that state of nature where life is solitary, nasty, brutal, and short. And that's what we are seeing now. If they invite me to an event in Ogbomoso now, I will have to pray very well before going. Or possibly look for a hotel. Well, I don't have much to make it disappear. So that is where we are now. So we need to take things serious and be better people. When we do that, the effects will be felt in our society. So I want to thank everybody for your time. I congratulate the NBA for calling us. The organizers, thank you for having us. And as we depart, let me speak like a pastor. With the grace of God go with us. And may God give us the enablement to practice that self-restraint, self-control of our personal levels. Thank you all and God bless.
Thank you, Lord. This is the chairman of the Alpine. You can do better. You can do better. Please, if you are going to say, it's been a rewarding and scintillating, thought-provoking, talking to our conscience on, yes, this is 2025 is rounding off. We are going to 2026. What is going to be the quality of our practice? While this wonderful session was going on, some of our leaders and elders and our judges came. We have the regard and the honor to recognize the Lord Honorable Justice K.A. Adeyo from Oyo State. This is a big time for my Lord. Also, we have the privilege and the honor to have Emeritus Chairman of the Bar, leader and elder of the Bar, leader and elder of the Bar, Chief NOO, okay, senior advocate of Nigeria. We have the privilege of having Emeritus Chairman Kazim Adekunle that was the senior advocate of Nigeria. Former Attorney General Commissioner of Justice of Oyo State, Asiwaju of Retired and the Environment. Both are renewed to advise, thank you. Our Mama Evergreen, Mama Mutusola Mutu, thank you very much. It's a big hand for Mama. We have here as well former chairman for Ogbomoso branch. It's a big hand for her to be there for a while. Thank you very much for the prayers. We are big, very good. Well, this session cannot go without comments, questions, and contributions. I'll go first to my Lord Justice in general. Honorable Spiral Time has, you know him, you always have something with balance. My Lord.
My own comment is different on what the panelists have said. What I've realized is this, that we have a situation whereby lawyers are not in control of how they conduct their cases. Why I say so it is, some lawyers make some arguments or look for adjournment for some reasons, and you already know that he's not in control of the case. The client controls the lawyer as to how he conducts his case. I'm going to give you some examples. A lawyer filed an application for extension of time. He didn't need to file his, I think, statement of defense or reply to statement of defense, whichever way, and serve on the other lawyer. Then a day or two before the matter, before the application is to be heard in court. The other lawyer came to court and said, "My lord, I want an adjournment so I can react." I asked him, "What are you reacting to in an application for extension of time? Even if you say he has not paid penalty, the penalty is not going to your pocket. It's going to the judiciary. He forgot himself, and I want to tell you his response. I want to discuss with my clients. Yes, it happened in Ogbomoso. Former chairman of Ogbomoso said, what that is the client that will not give instruction whether he should object to application for extension of time or not. So many things you realize, even if you read some counter affidavits, you will know that it is the client that is talking, not the lawyer. Of course, the client will supply information, but if you see what is objecting to and why it's objecting, you know that so so why I'm saying is that once you are briefed, you are in control of your case. Learn how to put your feet down. This is my job. You can't go to a doctor and complain that you have malaria and you insist that they should do surgery for you. You can't insist. But why is it that it's the lawyer and the client will tell you what to do? Fight counter affidavit. Don't fight counter affidavit. This is 2025 going to 2026. Maybe if lawyers can put their feet down, it will assist. You see, like I say in my court, one needless adjournment add between 6 months or 1 year to the lifespan of the case. If you take an adjournment that is not necessary, next date of adjournment, fuel scarcity, Jusun strike, NLC protest, you take another one again. They have declared public holiday. Who is suffering? That's one. Number two, we're talking of conduct of lawyers, 2025, 2026. We should talk about coming to court early. It's not nice to come to court late. And those who come to court late are the ones that will deliberately distract everybody so that everybody will know that I'm arriving late. Motivate, you know, you see, when you are seated in front as a judge, even when you are writing, the slightest movement you will notice. Apart from that one, even for dressing, we are supposed to come to court in black. If I want to sit, I will not sit with this color of trouser. Even if I will wrap myself and nobody see, but I will not do that. It must be black. I sat down with a colleague yesterday, he's here. I showed him the color of my trouser. I told him that I will not sit with this. We have to compare like this. That look, now. I told him that I will not sit, I would rather sit with black. I have two in my chambers. If I have to go to court with a different color, I will change. But I will not sit with black. Because the way you dress to court determines the appearance you which you are talking about, determines how much you will get. When you appear so neat and clean, you will get money for that neatness. But if you are half clean or 1/4 clean, you get 1/4 money or half money. Because he will rate you based on your appearance. That's my take. Another one is like the last said about showing the client the work you have done. For those who have either been lucky or unlucky to appear before me, that's why I use the word lucky or unlucky. You'll have noticed one thing. No lawyer comes to my court, and when you want to move your motion and you say, I move in terms of the motion, I never allow it. Am I right? Yeah. You want me to tell you why? 2 reasons. Number one, I want the client to see the work you are doing. I move in terms of the motion. Any illiterate can do that one. But move it, you know the easiest way to make your client think that you are working very hard. What's the section of the High Court civil procedure? They don't understand that one. They don't understand it. Of course, if you tell the judge, I read, he will say it's okay, taking as well, go on with your application. Who can go to court and say that I move in terms of the motion? But if you read, you'll be wondering, when you go land and lawyer and so on. Social security. And the other thing is that for the junior ones, I want them to learn. Of course, if you come to court with a junior lawyer, in most cases, I ask the senior, let the young lawyer move the motion. Let them learn. Those are just the 2 reasons. It's because some people, some ground people put that, well, let it go. You don't share money. That's your own headache. Like the landlord said, you don't have to be my friend. But I know why I'm doing it. If you don't show that you are working, the client will not appreciate you and pay you better. By the time he will make it sound as if you don't even have to say anything. She be sorrow now. The person has granted share sorrow. So if he wants to give you 50,000, 5,000 to go now, it takes sorrow. But that's the truth. You have to understand their mentality. What most of you don't know, let me tell you another information today. Go to court, go and defend the client in an application. When you finish your matter, you are happy with you are going all right. Make the mistake of coming back to the court after 1 hour or two. Your client will not go. They are waiting behind. They will see the clerk. The 5,000 that they beg you to take 2,000, they will give the clerk 10,000. Because the clerk is the one that will explain what happened. It's the clerk that will beg them. Lawyer, I know she that they give lawyer. That's why they will come to your chamber and say, I don't want to do. But you will not understand. Do your work well. Let them see that you are working. That's my Landlord talked about raising standards and dropping and quoted Christopher Paula later. The MBA Badon asked me to ask you to check that charger if it's still working. Thank you.
Is a big kind of vintage, not only was a private life. And then there's 2,000 things that even the bar, yeah, we are starting. I remember in February this year, the NBA and the national and the net meeting made it mandatory for all branches to start the threshold compliance. We have started here in Ibadan, and I can assure you from January 2026, we have started. The committee has started, and the committee will roll out. I can assure you, sir, no, it is black.
I did that here.
Everything will come out. You will see it, you will post it, and it will be there in Ibadan. Thank you very much, Madam. Madam, just really wants to say something. Thank you, sister. Questions, contributions? Lawrence.
Thank you, sir. Well, I want us to take the advice of the learned SAN. You see, it's a long time that corporate clients especially have refused to pay appropriate fees to lawyers. It's a long time. I've been a lawyer to Wema Bank since 1985. By that time, they will pay those of us juniors 1,500 or 2,000 for a case. It was still some money then, but it was not appropriate. So what she said was what I have been doing, and I want to advise you to advise on that advice. In first day in court, I will say, I will write a report and say, this is our first court complaint. And I'll present it. And when I get to a stage, I will write a review of the fees. And there I will say, this is our 30th court appearance. So it was easy for bank, the federal bank, to review my fee. But if you don't pop up one day, they said they are going to pay you 3,000 naira. And just say you want now 10,000. That's no justification for it. So that advice, please take to it. But let me tell you something. The bank's corporate clients now are wiser. What they will pay, hello, okay, 25 million naira for. They don't know that some lawyers who are not SAN like us will do the same job and they will come and pay us 3.5 million. But again, they have gone wiser. They now know that our juniors are the ones who will even do these cases. So instead of paying us 3.5 million naira again, they have to do here. That bank is patronizing me. They will pay me 500,000 naira. And they will take it. And as they knew something now, they give them certain cases, they pay them 50,000. I was asking what was that case again? But I don't want to come to the advice our sister gave, Shola and refuse these things. They will pay them 50,000. They will go to Zero effect. I'm telling you, this is what they are doing. And I like the spiritual and philosophical aspect of my from Shola Jai. He said, telling us about the law of attraction. It's a philosophical and spiritual principle. If you are taking this kind of 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, that is what stick to you. That is what people give. And in fact, you are telling them that there's a lawyer who can take less. So it affects all of us when we take something that was not belonging or in our pocket and start ourselves. I thank the speakers again for inviting us on this aspect.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Makola Oyeso. Next to the chairman of the planning committee, Bola Sejano. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all our panelists. Very incisive conversation. I have a question for Kenya Ajayi, and then a general comment. Where I start with the comments, and I like the fact that all the panelists have spoken about the need for skills. And I say this particularly because of our younger colleagues. I know that skills are not taught in black or white, not in the university, not in the law school. Skills are acquired along the way. But it takes intentional effort to acquire any skill. Even the soccer player that you hear their names today did not become Lionel Messi of 2023 whatever by virtue of football academy. They acquired those superior skills by virtue of continuous training, personal discipline, and intensity of purpose. And there's about 7 or so skills that we all need as life skills. We need, for us as lawyers, we need communication skills. The communication skills we need as lawyers is not the English they taught us in school, is not the legalese or lexis and structure that we learned in the university or in the law school. It goes beyond that. You must develop it and develop communication skills, both in terms of choice of language and tone of language. You hear too many people, they say the right thing but in the wrong way, whether writing or verbally. We need people skills. How do you win friends? How do you meet people for the first time? How do you engage? We are professionals, we are lawyers, and we must have all these skills to be able to market our services wherever we go. Otherwise, we will be dependent on who do I know there. Don't depend on who do I know where before you can engage if you have people skills. And then one point has reverberated through the entire conversation, and that's the need for quality. Excellence. There is no measure that can be attached to excellence. Whatever you do, dressing, speaking, anything you do, processes, it should be excellent. Your processes should not be on top and see on the bottom because of the kind of typewriter you use. Even if you don't have a computer, type it in the business center and present it. And I always used to use this story when internet came. I didn't have a laptop, didn't have a desktop. But my younger brother, who was in the university, had put his money together and bought a desktop and was still living in my father's house. So I will go every day when I close my own office. I will go and sit down on his desktop and I taught myself to type on his desktop. I never went to register. I taught myself to type using the internet, searching. Those were the days of Yahoo was the only search engine there. I taught myself how to use the internet. I learned that skill by deliberate, intentional effort. And so these skills are not still they are not still things that we cannot build and develop even today. And I just like to make those comments. Then we must talk about critical thinking. We must talk about self-discipline. We must talk about managing your emotions. These are all skills we need as lawyers. Whether you're a business lawyer or you're a litigation person, we need all these skills. And so YLF Young Lawyers Forum, over and above all the substantive law that we do workshops on, we need to teach ourselves these skills. My question to Kenya Ajayi, your Chief Operating Officer of a law firm with over 100 lawyers. I know what it means to manage lawyers. We are the most difficult people to manage. And that's because we all claim to know everything about everything that we do not know about. So how do you manage and what structure do you have to manage such vast number of lawyers? I know there will be systems and processes behind it, and there will be tools behind it, but the general opening that makes one, as we all grow and aspire, it's good for us to learn it now before we accidentally become one and then we're stopped.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I'm going to see the show. I'm going to sit down with you here. Sorry, the direct CEO, I think I want to comment.
The chairman of this occasion. May I make reference? I will start by making reference to what my Lord Justice Barrister was saying. I do recollect that we were all taught something in law school as a person, and that is black, dark blue, or dark green, which is what they say is participle. That is what they teach. That's what they teach. That's what they still teach up to today. Dark gray, black, or blue. But if we are moving on, if it is agreed that it is black, that should only be in the high courts. For all other courts, I do not see any reason why we cannot wear dark gray, dark blue. All other courts or the courts that I'm talking about, if you like, go and wear white to Supreme Court now, you will see what will happen. See, the truth be told, even some courts, my colleague in office, Tomiwa Fadini, went to a court in the States, and he was wearing his striped trouser, and the judge said, I don't allow this in my court. It's here, he's back with the young lawyers. And when he came back and said, this judge said this, I said, when you get there, tell him that this is what they use when they go to Supreme Court and court of appeal. It is permissible to wear striped trouser. And he went, and the judge told him again, I said, my lord, even when you see counsel on TV, the Supreme Court is striped trouser, the Supreme Court does not chase them out. So this is permissible with the charges. So I am not encouraging that you should wear clothes that are not normal. I have done it before in the past. When I was in law school, I was my set captain, and Justice Adeyemi of Blessed Memory was the judge who did that internship. In those days, you can wear brown, you can wear yellow to do your attachment. So people to law school, they won't tell you to remove it. And we were in class, we were in his court one day, and I wore brown suit. And Justice Adeyemi said, and I must say, why are you wearing? I said, we wear this to classroom. He said, oh, I'm sorry, that's good. He did not talk. My first appearance in Ibadan was before him. I was wearing a light gray suit. I didn't say gray, light gray. And I was just off the law school. And I asked my person, I can hear you again saying Kazim, but I cannot see. Is it court? I said, no, I said, I cannot see you. I said, my God, I'm here, I worship you. He said, I cannot speak. You are no longer in law school. You are now a lawyer. I cannot see you. I will adjourn this matter because of the claims in court, so that when next you come and you're not properly dressed, we know it needs another lawyer, or he will continue to retain you. From that moment onwards, I changed my attitude of wearing dark gray, blue, or anything else to court. So if you want to change it, it is not to disobey it. It is for us to recommend to the law school to teach as students that what it should be is simply black. What they teach as ethics is black, blue, or dark green. Thank you. The second aspect has to do with, I was discussing with my landlord here. about appearance fee. I remember when we were talking to and Akérèdọ́lù. I don't want to give figures, but if I have to give, let me give it for the cost of. We started with 10 naira, 20 naira for transport fare from Okeado to this place. That was what they were taking. 20 naira, because I met SOD and Shop Aloju Akérèdọ́lù. So when I joined them and they said 20 naira, I said, I have this people car here in 1975. It is a small car, but it will still take fuel. I said to that, I can't take 20 naira. Oga said, that is what will give me this one. I said, I would rather walk back behind the office, walk to Yaganku, or walk to Ring Road. And when I have money, I will fuel the car. He said, so what will you do? I said, I don't take 20 naira. He said, we won't give you. I can't say, blessed memory. After 3 days, he called me, what's your problem? I said, okay, I can't take 20 naira. If I take 20 naira, you can. Fuel was then 13 naira. He said, okay, we'll look into it. And then they increased the money to 200 naira, then it went to 200 naira. Then we got to a level where it was, if you are not dealing with corporate clients, if it's individuals, they will tell you, for this client, minimum was so much. And you take it. For the corporate clients, the office will still have to give you transport fare. I believe at times this transport fare increases the chances of the rate of adjournment we have in our courts. I agree. Because where the transport fare is like 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira, 200,000 naira to go to Automatas will be on 50,000, 100,000 naira, and you know your 20,000 naira, and your transport to fuel the car will cost about 10 or 20,000 naira. You have 80,000 naira, 100,000 naira per trip for 20,000 naira. You want to seek adjournments next week? I will another one. But let us condemn it. It is not good practice. Because the more you hold on to one case, no new case will come in. And the more even new cases come in, you are not able to attend to it because all you are concerned with is the 80 naira, and you can't be jumping from one court in Ibadan to Oyo, to Ota, to Lagos. The quicker you finish your cases, the better for us and the better for the bench. You will lose, you will win. When you lose, fine, you appeal, it's more money. If you win, they will appeal, it's more money. Let us not remember our judges with more cases and seek unnecessary adjournments.
Thank you, Larry, because of time. Thank you. Please go now to so we have one more session, so we'll pause it. You will answer that question. You will answer. Take that just now to that. Because
good evening, Lord Presence, the analysts, distinguished members of the Ibadan Bar. I'm happy to be here and I bring you greetings from the MBA President, Afam Sikwe SAA. I have to watch back. I've been in Abuja for the past 2 weeks, but I cannot miss the Ibadan Bar event. So I'm happy to be here. I came out from Abuja 4 years ago and I came to Ibadan and I'm here. You have all spoken well, and I have the permission of the Ibadan Bar chairman to really speak to the topic. Building the picture of the next generation lawyer and the law firms. And that is something that I'm really interested in and I want to talk about. And I'm happy that the slogan for Oyo State is Face Better. So I want to challenge this MBA by the branch concerning the next generation lawyers. I know Sola for a very long time, and you know, she belongs to that new generation. And also, permit me, let me digress a bit to welcome my sister Moji Ojo, who is also my mentor and my role model. I know Sister Moji Ojo before she became a lawyer. She inspired me to be a lawyer because she was called to bar at the age of 50, and I was also called to bar at the age of 50. After 2 other previous courses. So we need to face reality. You cannot continue to practice the law the way it used to be practiced because of the new generation and what is going on. Recently, I think a few days ago, I read that there is a bill in the National Assembly that wants to make 2 years compulsory 2 years old village. I don't know how many of us read about it. And somebody asked, when you are advocating this, where do you take them? Which law firm can accommodate the number of lawyers that are being chopped out of the law school? And lawyers will be complaining about regulation. Which law firm can take in all the lawyers that are being called to back? So, and I don't want us to continue to wait until this law is out before we can speak out. So if you are not aware, just know that reading, that bill has gone to the second reading, that there be a 2 years compulsory village for all lawyers coming from the law school, maybe starting from 2026. The concerning the new generation law firm, this is where I look at it, and I want to give this as a challenge to them be evaluated to start something on it. We now know that we have lawyers registering their business names, like me. I'm not going to. When I came out of the law school, I was at 2 different courts. I thought I would do litigation, but every time there are always adjournments. In fact, I named one court of adjournments because I was always going excited to listen to how the law is being practiced, only for the magistrate to come and the lawyers to stand up and say, please, the law, can I ask for another adjournment? So every matter in the court for 1 week were adjourned. So when we got to the High Court, I asked the judge then, I said, why is the same set of lawyers came to the High Court to asking for adjournments? It was very discouraging. And when I finished, I went to court on 2 occasions. You know, Lagos is a regular place concerning traffic. And you get to court, and the judge will not be there. And I remember one lawyer told me that was the 3rd time we'll come all the way from Ogbomoso outside Lagos, and the court never sat. I want to tell you that while we know that we lawyers will contribute a lot to the problems that we have in our courts. Lanesi Bowen has just spoken about a particular jurisdiction outside Nigeria that the judge was saying he has 50 cases in a whole month, and she looks at it compared like 20 in a whole month compared to what our judges have here. When you have adjournment, you don't just talk about it. It takes time, and that's why the people are not interested in taking their matters to lawyer. And then talking about taking that with our clients that are always, most times, they will tell us what to do. I have a client, he came to me, he said, I should take injunction. Take injunction on what? And I have to explain to him that, okay, they gave you a notice that you should not operate your business in a particular environment. They pasted the notice on the business. No signature, no name. And you're not telling me that I should go to court and get this injunction. I have to explain to you that you can't take injunction like that. Okay. So, and I told you that if you have any problem with that notice, you should tell the person that is going to see his lawyer, and that was the end. So sometimes we may need to advise our clients. It's not every freehold law matter that you take to court. You are just adding to the congestion of the court. The challenge, the author of Rich Dad and Poor Dad said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing the same way and expecting a different result. So I want NBA Ibadan, being the base center, to look into this, that lawyers can form groups to practice. They just get one office and different lawyers. You don't have to be the solicitor, advocate, and general practitioners. You can have people of like minds. Please, you can start that in branch, and then you have to regulate the practice of this law firm so that we don't have people that we ridicule our profession. So that's the challenge I want. You can give the practical direction and encourage as many lawyers that want to set up their law firm. They can have a group just like it was suggested there. Thank you.
Mr. Big on the vice president.
Thank you very much. Back to the question that how you what sorry, sir. Thank you. Manage the number of lawyers in the firm. I'll tell you the quick story. I came to the firm. I was young and I was saying naive, and there were senior lawyers already there, and there was that wish, where she coming from, what is she here to do? I got it, I realized the process of, when somebody is going to negotiate, I will ask for X amount of money. Another person is going to negotiate, ask for another sum of money. You know, there was no standardization. So we needed to propose structures and policies governing everything and everything in place. Do we know everything on day one? The answer is no. As I yesterday, we were writing a policy on naming culture, because you see Mrs. Ajayi, you see all sorts coming out. So there was that, as everything, as things come up, deal with them and document them. Because the dynamics started to change and started to grow bigger. We're keen on the culture. This is an ideal PR person. It is written down as introduction. At any point in time, when we see that things are changing, we talk about it and deal with it immediately. So there is that culture and enforcing your culture. There's this saying of if you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. So, and because as people keep coming into the firm, there's a tendency for your culture to be diluted, and then with the hybrid working nature, there's a tendency for the culture to be diluted. So there must be an oracle of the culture. Someone that's always enforcing, making sure that this is it. This is how it has to be done. You know, never getting tired of enforcing those norms. There's a lot of leadership, there's also leadership direction. Leadership needs to believe in a certain thing for CEO or the HR's rights. So what's the leadership saying about this particular and if they are aligned? Not that one partner would say this, another partner would say that. So that was very important in coming to a center and coalition because of this is the way we will run with the lawyers. There is putting the right people in the right business. I work with a lot of business officers, there's HR, there's IT, there's business development, and the gospel I preach is be on top of your game. Like you said, sir, lawyers, if I'm a lawyer and I'm not lawyer, so that one has this connotation, like I know more than you. So I would say be on top of your game, know what you're saying, and be able to defend the position that you're taking. There are times that I take a breath when there's a contentious issue, you know, that's coming up. I'm not afraid to say that, oh, please let's talk about this later, or please let me come back to you so that I can think about it and be able to defend it. Like I said, there's an handbook that speaks to most of the rules. A lot of times people don't really handbook. HR leadership needs to keep possibly. You must have the right culture, you must promote and protect your culture. When you see a wrong, you need to deal with it. A lot of law firms struggle with firing people. When there is a toxic or when there's a toxic person in the firm, we should not be afraid to cut that branch off. Otherwise, you permeate through the system and you can crumble the firm. So there are just things, and there's also human nature, it's all part of the culture. Where you need to wear a human face, where you need to make an exception for people, you must be able to justify. Because people are looking and are asking, and I'm wondering, are you, why is this being dealt with differently? There must be a justification for the things that you do. So look at a few of the projects that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader. Chairman will continue on that.
I think our time is fast spent, but we have to accommodate it. We got this question. I'd like to read it out. Conversations about remuneration are not isolated from demand and supply. What are our opinions on the notion that we have more lawyers than the society demands? What should we do to stimulate legal business on the one hand, and do we recommend further restriction to membership of the profession? My small response is that I just Googled it sitting down here when I got the person. In Nigeria, we have 200,000 lawyers to 250 million population. The registered members of the NPA is 140,000. So because comparison is inevitable, I checked the UK, population of 67 million. They have 330,000 lawyers. So if you draw a parallel, it shows that we are under lawyered. But our market is not stimulated enough to accommodate lawyers. Every time people fight in the streets, every time people go to resolve disputes, it's a vote of no confidence on the lawyers and the judicial system and the justice system. I'm AG or I sit in my house, hold my phone, and I see that people are more comfortable to go to a radio station where they are more based and commercialized than to go to court. Every time I see, I feel sad. And you know what? If you speak to these people, you no matter go there, it tells us that the market is there, and we have a lot to do. We have a long way to go. So it's our profession. We have to all make it work and rebuild the confidence in the sector so that we cannot benefit. Thank you so much. You have taken your time. Thank you for the patience and the conversation continues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for Chairman. Thank you, Brigadier General, and all the panelists. Now, I just pass we go straight to the presentation of our awards. So please, to do us the honors of presenting the awards to the chairman of today's occasion, we call on the second vice president, Mrs. Bola Tinubu, to please present to the chairman of today's occasion. Thank you very much. Please, a big hand.
This award of appreciation is presented to Mr. Abiodun Aikon. The Honorable Attorney General of the United States, in recognition of your invaluable contributions as chairman of the session, titled Building the Future, the Next Generation Lawyers and Law Firm at the 2025 NDP Panel. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. The next is to Mrs. Bomara, and the two of the honors will be called on. Another trustee, so you know, the customary court of appeal to please present to the United States Bomara and the Senior Appeal of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your big hand. Sorry, it's for the best.
Decision, the recognition, the value for vision as divided of the session, and building the next generation of this and love faith and 2025 NBA of ages.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my lord. Next is our panelist, is Theo Bugalo. Is Kenya Kari, and to do us the honors is our fellow my lord, honorable Justice A.G. Adishito. Please do us the honors of present to the CEO of Bango and Bugalo, is Kenya Kari. Thank you, my lord.
Hello, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
As a panelist of the session titled Building the Future of the Next Generation World and Long Life are the 2025.
I'm unmuted.
Thank you very much.
And I'm unmuted, please.
And you are thank you very much. The last but not least is that of Ms. Busola Adela. And to do us the honors, I call on the Lion Chairman Planning Committee, Lucia Omibola, to please present to Ms. Busola Adela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adela. Thank you for helping us in the future of lawyers and law firms. And this is the talking about research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivian, that's really presented. Thank you very much. Yes, please, let's finish it there in the next session. There's going to be a photo session now. So all our ladies and my lords, please come forward for the photo session. Please come forward for the photo session. Thank you very much. Please let's remain seated. The next session, it starts immediately. They are ready. That is the finals of the Chevron are during the main essay competition. The topic is artificial intelligence, ethics, and the Nigerian lawyer. The chairman of that panel is NO. Okay? All the participants are here, so please let's remain seated. We can assure you lunch is ready and lunch will be served very soon. Thank you very much. The next session will start immediately. And I will invite the chairman of the academic board of the Young Lawyers Forum, Oluwato Bafade, to start the next session immediately. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Young Lawyers Forum, I welcome you especially to day 6, the finals of the Share Market Related Essay Competition. that one fair ethics and the Nigerian law. Ladies and gentlemen, we start this program. I want to welcome you respectfully. The chairperson of the Young Leaders Forum, Mr. Tile Yanayola, will please open the mouth. Mr. Tile Yanayola, please. So please put your hands together for the chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Briefly, the establishment of the chairman of the Management Association, the chairman of this distinguished session was Nayan Group of KSA, my Mr. President, Level 6 President, distinguished seniors at the bar, esteemed colleagues, members of the forum, law student present, ladies and gentlemen. It is with this sense of honor, gratitude, and reflection that I stand before you today. The finals of the Shared Memory USA competition held in the prestigious MBA in Category. Today is not just about essays, today is about legacy, today is about ideas, today is about the future of the legal profession. In honoring a lasting legacy, the Shared Memory USA competition was instituted to immortalize a man whose life was involved in service, diligence, and passionate commitment to young learners. Sheikh Wade of blessed memory served as the chairman of the Young Learners Forum MBA, and in it so of common sadly, he passed on while in hospital. A painful loss not only to his family, but to the entire family. Yet, as we all know, great lives do not end the end. This competition is one of those areas. It ensures that his ideas live on, excellence in thought, courage in advocacy, and responsibility in leadership. At this point, it is only right and proper to specially appreciate prime solicitors, the proud and consistent sponsor of this competition. Year after year, prime solicitors have not merely sponsored an event, they have invested in minds, and encourage scholarship and get the memorial alliance. On behalf of the MBA and gratitude to Young Learners Forum and the beneficiary of this vision, we say thank you for believing that honoring the dead is best done by empowering the living. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this session is truly peculiar and historic. For the first time, the privilege of participation was extended beyond young learners to include law students from 3 universities in the country. This is not accidental, it is intentional. It is visionary. It reflects the simple but powerful truth. The future of the bar is being studied. By bringing our students into this intellectual space, by telling them you belong, you matter, and your voice counts. Indeed, people should learn and gain, and today, learning has crossed generational boundaries. The topic for this year's competition, protecting creativity in digital age. This topic would not have been more timely or more profound. We live in an era where artificial intelligence is transforming how ideas are created, expressed, shared, and even monetized. In this digital age, creativity, whether in literature, music, or innovation, has become both more powerful and more rare. The Nigerian lawyer is therefore confronted with critical questions. How do we protect originality in an age of algorithms? How do we balance innovation with ethical responsibility? How do we ensure that technology serves justice without eroding ownership and human ingenuity? The essence related in this competition boldly engage this question. They remind us that the lawyer of the future must not only understand the law, but must also defend creativity, safeguard ethical boundaries, and guide societies through the legal implications of digital transformation. Our participants, both young lawyers and law students, are shown that they are not merely reaching to change, they are thinking ahead, prepared to uphold the integrity of the legal profession in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. I must especially necessarily appreciate the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association in Abuja for his support towards the Young Learners Forum and of these initiatives, such as this. Sir, your leadership has created an environment where young learners are encouraged, supported, and given platforms to grow. This competition is yet another testament to that commitment. We are deeply honored to have as chairman of this session the distinguished leader of the bar, Mr. Henry of KSA. Sir, your presence adds immense value to this commission. Thank you for letting me learn the wisdom and standards to inspire the commission.
We also warmly welcome and acknowledge the presence of learned seats, our respected citizens colleagues, whose presence reminds us that mentorship and excellence remain the pillar of our profession. It is also important to acknowledge the presence of members of the bar and bench who accepted our offer to the judges at this competition. On behalf of the forum, while acknowledging them, we also wish to state that their time, effort, and input during this competition is well appreciated. For the finalists, they are already winners. They have demonstrated discipline, clarity of thought, and encouraged to agree conversation. Regardless of today's outcome, the bar is proud of you. With the law students here today, they have seen what is possible. One day, they not just attend MBA law book, they will help fitness. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, let us remember that competition like this is more than a word price, a shared value, build confidence, and secure the future of our profession. May the legacy of shared value continue to inspire service. The learning never depart from our back. I mean, in Nigeria, where we remain ethical, excellent, and relevant, no matter the age of technology. Thank you all. My name is Tiglen Olagola, Chairman in class from
Please put your hands together once again for the chairman of the Young Girls Forum, a very handsome chairman indeed. I thought you would clap again. So very quickly, in order not to waste the time, we want to stand on the existing protocols and recognize your lordships, all judges here are present, Honorable Justice B.A. Taiwo. We recognize you and all other judges here present. We want to recognize all magistrates, presidents of customary courts of appeal, presidents of customary court of customary court grade A. We want to recognize all senior advocates here present, Mr. M.O.O. okay, S.A. and the students who read your cross-examination. It's an extreme privilege to have you as chairman of this particular occasion. And just while doing that, I want to leave you to please put your hands together as welcome the chairman of this session, Mr. Eno, okay, to the podium. Please put your hands together. The former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association of our branch, a long time ago when some of us were not yet called. Please have a seat, sir. We are happy to have you here. Also want to most respectfully welcome another learner here present, Mr. Theophilus Kodawale, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for you. Not very but we are glad to have you here, sir. We would have invited you to the end, but he had another role to play on this side of the podium today. I want to recognize another senior advocate. If I want to go back to the office today, I must recognize Mr. Kazim Badabos, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. And his partner, Asiwaju Mutalubi Oduadebayo S.A., the Asiwaju of Butaiga and virus. Now, very quickly, so that we will not, everybody here is welcome. Please put your hands together for all the lawyers here present, all the young lawyers, intermediate lawyers, and old lawyers. One thing I've realized is that even the elderly lawyers always want to identify as young lawyers. So we welcome you to the fold. We also want to thank and welcome the students. Like you heard from the chairman of the WLF, for the first time in the history of the competition, we are having a students category. We are catching students young. We want them to give them the training right from when they are in school so that they can come into the bar. So very quickly, please permit me to welcome the judges for the practitioners category as they move to this side most respectfully of the podium. While at that, I want to call the YLF chairman, Mr. Tiglen Olagola, to join the item here, to join Mr. Eno, okay, as well as Mr. Olusegun Abibola, our sponsors of Prime Solicitors, is going to join us soon. He's having pictures outside. So please, the chief judge for the practitioners category, please join me and give a rousing welcome to my Lord, Honorable Justice K.A. Adedoku. Please put your hands together for me. Thank you very much, sir. Please, you want to right beside. Please keep clapping for everyone to sit down. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the success of your next application. Please put your hands together for me. You are welcome, sir. Thank you for honoring our invitation, sir. It's a pleasure to have you within the YLF. Also, want to welcome the next judge, Mr. Leonard Silk, Mr. Theophilus Kodawale, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for me. He's already sitting where judges should sit. Please also join us as welcome from the Faculty of Law in the University of Ibadan, Dr. Stephen Ilesome. Please put your hands together for him. Dr. Stephen Ilesome is coming from the back. Please clap for him as he joins us there. Keep clapping, please, but enjoy us. Otherwise, those of you who went to Dubai will enjoy your certificate. I also want to welcome most especially the former secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Ibadan branch, Mr. Olakunle Akintola. Thank you very much for joining us. It's the first job. Please put your hands for him as joining us while talking. I thought we keep clapping. So thank you very much for joining us, sir. And the last but not least, for judges on the practitioners category, the principal partner, Leave Gates Law Practice, Mr. Maiwa K. Owoladi. Please put your hands together for him. Keep clapping on the front forward. I can see that the ladies are clapping more. I have to keep a caveat to say he got married earlier this year, so it's not the market. Now heading to the students category of the judges for the students category, we would like to welcome most respectfully the chief judge for the students category, His Worship, Mrs. M.A. Amorebi. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward here. Please keep clapping on to support. Keep clapping on to support. We thank you most sincerely for honoring us back, as well as we thank you for choosing to come with us. Also, sitting closely beside her is Alenet brother. Please put your hands together as we welcome His Worship, Mrs. Eniola Adebusuri. Please keep clapping for her. We all will find her very interesting. Keep clapping for her. Thank you very much for that. Mark, please sit in. All right, and the last but not the least on the panel for students category, Mr. Chimezie Okoli, an ASPIC legal practitioner and was confessed. Put your hands together for him and very good. All right, moving straight into the juice of this program, we want to, I would like Mr. Favor Adeniki to please give a score sheet to the Chief Judge, his Lordship, Honorable Justice K. Adegoke. So moving straight into the juice of this program, as we have earlier established, the Segun Adegoke competition is a competition outlined in honor of, and unfortunately, a deceased active member of the bar, Mr. Segun Adegoke, who died while in active service to the bar. This is the competition which has immortalized him year after year as organized by the Young Lawyers Forum. I also want to mention that for the first time, as earlier stated, students from all the universities which offer law in Ibadan participated in this one. So this is the main student category of this competition. So moving straight to the resounding applause, if you have 9 people picked out of several hundreds of essays, I think you should know what industry and effort went into that. So please put your hands together for, as I call them, please come out immediately. Orishajo Olatomide, please put your hands together for him or her, wherever it is. Please come forward. Orishajo Olatomide, occupy the seat shown to you by the gentleman in suit. Also, please welcome Favor Adesina. Favor Adesina, please come forward. I also want you to please welcome Lamude Oluwadamilola. Please put your hands together for her as she steps forward. Opeyemi Darasimi, please put your hands together. I thought you keep clapping. Those were really nice essays. Also, I want you to please put your hands together for Oluwatomisin Fajiyu. Oluwatomisin Fajiyu. Please keep clapping. Keep clapping as we come out. Adekola Kolade. Adekola Kolade is here. Please keep clapping for him. Adekola Kolade. Precious of Paranoze. Precious of Paranoze. Please keep clapping for them. It's not easy. I doubt if I could write that word. Fadele Amos. Fadele Amos is here. Please come forward and have your seats on the row shown to you by the gentleman. Last but not least is Joseph Adeolu Ogunbiyi. Please put your hands together for him. Joseph Adeolu Ogunbiyi. Now, out of these 9 finalists, there were 5 of them after extensive consideration, which really, struck the minds of the compilers as well as the judges. And the 5 people who will be presenting, let me just read them out. Everybody's going to get a certificate of participation for the enormous effort that you put into this. Please join me as I welcome the chairman of the NBA by the branch, Mr. Ibrahim Lawal, and ask him to please join the podium. Please put your hands together for the #1 lawyer in Ibadan. I thought you keep clapping. I thank you very much, sir. I hope you invite me to your house so that I'll get that book and lead it. So out of the 9 finalists, 5 people really caught the attention of the compilers and the judges, and they are Orisha Laptop. Please stand up for recognition. Please put your hands together for me. Favor additional, Lambi Oluwadamilola, Adebola Olade, and Family Amos. Please put your hands together for them. So these 5 gentlemen and ladies, or there are no ladies at the bar. So these 5 gentlemen will come to present when the time comes. But very quickly, let me also say that for the main category of the students edition, we have 4 people shortlisted as finalists who are students in various faculties of law within Ibadan, where the YLF. So number 1 is Latomo Adedeji. Please put your hands together for him. Latomo Adedeji, put your hands together for him, please. It's not easy, a student, merging school work with extracurricular academic activities. Please put your hands together for him. Ogundeji Mary. Ogundeji Mary, I am told, is president of the Law Student Society in Bolaga University. So please clap for Madam President. Madam President will be launched today. And also help me welcome Daniel Oluwani. Daniel Oluwani, is he or she here? Please put your hands together. Join your colleagues here. And last but not least is Bola Abaje. Bola Abaje, please put your hands together for him. All right. Thank you very much. I hope you know how much is for grabs today. Who knows how much is for grabs? Nobody knows. Okay, I will tell you. When I contested this competition, we are with 450,000 naira as the YLF chairman approves. And I just to give a round of applause for our sponsors, prime solicitors. At the student category, the winner is going to go with 300,000 naira at the student category. That should be 1 session of school fees in London. But that's good. So very quickly, we will be diving straight into the competition. I'd like to yield the microphone now to the chief judge. We starting, of course, with the practitioners category because there's seniority at the bar. So I'd like to leave the mic straight to the chief judge of the practitioners category to just give instructions and guidelines for how the competition is going to be. Like I said, we are getting on 2 bases, writing and presentation. We want to, our aim is to develop lawyers who can do both, who can write fantastically well and present their essays. So writing and advocacy. And I know the crop of lawyers we have here is the best of the best. So please join me as we welcome His Lordship, Honorable Justice K.A. Adedoku of the Oyo State High Court of Justice to give instructions and guidelines. And please put your hands together for my Lord.
And all other members my lords here present the distinguished members of the distinguished panelists, the participants, and the members of Nigerian Bar Association, Ibadan branch. Good afternoon, everybody. Say the information, inviting us to come and participate and judge on this program. Before us here, we have 9 sub-heads, of which each of the participants will be assessed. And the overall amount is going to be 100. However, now so that the additional everything is good, we have added one sub-head to it, which is quality of the paper. So that each of the sub-head will carry 10 marks. Maybe one thing that the organizer will quickly clear before we proceed is really in a dilemma as to what form of certification I want to assess, because I have gone through the paper, also doctor and all other panel members. I can't categorize them into a specific form of paper. Is it an academic institution? Now, when we are looking at it, you know what to look at. See a journalistic form of writing or a legalistic form of writing, because each of them has its own format. Or it is the architecture of the text. Okay. That the whole thing just has to do with the sanitation and the quality of the paper. We want to see the advocacy phase in the participant. Okay. We're giving each center 10 minutes. Calling on that will be one. Okay. The letters are outside of the before addition and the $1 and the $1 and games. Not for outside of the laptop techniques.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. Mr. Richard, your time starts now. Thank you. Honorable Justice and Magistrate President. Honorable Justice and Magistrate President, the next suits, the distinguished panelists, my dear colleagues, I'll be speaking on the topic, election creativity in AI grants. We started down almost a physical challenge, which is the fact that when digital platforms and the online distribution media present this work on a large scale, it has weakened or worsened the protection of intellectual property conferred on these works, which has made it easy for unlawful access. The level of ability on unlawful access and infringing on the rights of these original works. There is definitely urgent need to protect originality and the user of page works in Nigeria. The provisions of the Copyright Act of Nigeria identity to go by Section 1 to Section 1 from the Copyright Act of Nigeria 2022 provides that literary works, artistic works, audiovisual works, musical works, and broadcasts, also sound recordings, are eligible for copyright protection under the Nigerian Act. Also, we have to go by judicial precedents. In the case of the Faithful Publishing Company versus Adobe, the court reiterated the principle in section 18 subsection 1 of the Copyright Act, where it stated that the production of another person's work without due authorization and permission will only result in that will only constitute infringement, whether or not the infringer of such work was aware of the work at the time. A case study where we can readily date back to is in 2023, where Nigerian president groups India really this is a number of they tried to do that. Shortly after its release, it was pirated, and this made for piracy and it led to piracy on different social media platforms, thereby making it to be huge financial loss in which had dedicated a lot of hours into. The fashion industry had also not been left out. When we take a look at popular fashion designer agents where she produced a work, the viral design went online and she found out this Senegalese fashion designer stating that she had replicated the entire work without paying giving credit to her. And the federal government had the audacity to make a documentary about it without any royalty or credit to her. So this basically goes to show that there have been several incidents where originality has been copied and there is no due credit in the original owners of the work. The fashion industry, there is a thin line between what we can say the innovation is like the lines are often closed. And in as much as the Nigerian law has offered protection to the patent and design staff, due to the fast-paced nature of the fashion industry, it makes enforcement of these rights very challenging. Another emerging challenge to intellectual property in Nigeria is the proliferation of artificial intelligence with respect to intelligently creating works in Nigeria, particularly artistic works, physical works, as well as literature. It therefore begs the fundamental question: who owns the copyright in an artificially AI-generated work? In Nigeria, as in most jurisdictions, the traditional laws we have only cater towards works that have legal entity or human authorship. It therefore begs the question: who owns the work of a copyright when it is generated by artificial intelligence? The Copyright Act of Nigeria is the substantive legislation governing intellectual property in Nigeria. And I can say for the fact that the Copyright Act of Nigeria is not politically slightly concerning provisions related to artificial intelligence in Nigeria. We see the fact that the Copyright Act of Nigeria was distributed in 2022, and I can't already have instance of AI already run on social media. So the conclusion so obviously that we need to audit our laws and our acts, especially the Copyright Act, explicitly address artificial generated works and prescribe liability for infringement. Thank you very much.
This book is available for Mr. Shadow from Mr. Number 1. Without any further ado, we will be calling favor additional representation. This additional, you have 10 minutes. And the time starts here. Good
afternoon, everyone. I'll be standing on the area established in the corporate. My name is Pirani Shiba. And today I want to start by sharing my thoughts when I saw the topic. The topic says protecting creativity in a digital age, AI, brand ownership, and the future of intellectual property in Nigerian entertainment and the fashion industry. And I asked myself, what are we protecting creativity against? So if we are saying there is a need to protect creativity, what exactly is the threat to creativity? And I'll start by reiterating the fact that the concept of creativity is innate to humans. And we can go on and on about how the phases of development that we have experienced as humans can be attributed to creativity. We went through the Stone Age, went through the Industrial Age, and now we're in the digital age. And as a matter of fact, this is just the beginning of the digital age. There are markers of creativity. The first one is the concept of novelty. When we're talking about creativity, we are talking about something new, something that people have not experienced before. or even if they have experienced it before in a new dimension, that at least leave them in awe of whatever creation that they are made. And then the second concept is the concept of usefulness or practicability. Now we can't say they are creative and then whatever it is that we have invented or created is not useful or cannot be practiced. Having said that, AI, that is artificial intelligence, although it is sophisticated, it is a responsive tool. Now, what do I mean by responsive? We know that, for example, the most popular one is ChatGPT. When we want to make it on ChatGPT, we have to prompt the tool. So it means that this artificial intelligence tools rely on our creativity as humans to be able to prompt it accurately so that it can also feed us back accurately. And that's what I mean by AI being responsive. It relies on AI training. Something we call AI training. It means that, okay, for instance, these tools are made, are programmed, and it is humans that will program. So depending on the kind of programming that the tool has been designed to perform, that is exactly what it will do. And that leads me to the categories of artificial intelligence. The first one is the narrow AI. And the narrow AI is the weak AI, what we are all familiar with. And it plays out in different ways. Number one, we have virtual assistants like Siri, we have Google, and then when sometimes when we need help, turning on our lights to say, Alexa, turn on the lights. So those are virtual assistants. They make life easier. And we also have the facial recognition system. Our phones, both Android, iOS, every kind of phone in this stage has a facial unlock system. That is also a form of artificial intelligence. We have recommendation systems like Netflix, like Amazon, and now what is trending, Temu. And then we have large language models. The large language models are ChatGPT, GPT, Berkeley, and so on. Now, that's the first category of artificial intelligence. The second category is the artificial general intelligence. And the third category is super intelligence. Now, it is interesting to know that despite the way we've been hyping artificial intelligence, especially in this digital age, we are still in the first category, that is the narrow AI. So, if we are looking to protect creativity, we are protecting creativity in a digital age and at a time when we are still in the first category of AI. So what will now be the topic of discussion when we graduate or we move on to having general artificial intelligence or having super intelligence. General artificial intelligence has to do with AI prototypes that think and react like humans. We are not there yet. So that is to show that humans, even till now, are still more creative and more intelligent than artificial intelligence. Now, the question is, why are we afraid? What are we fearful of? I know we are expecting that our comment talk about how AI is affecting us as lawyers, but the truth is that have we even maximized artificial intelligence? Talk less of talk about how it's strengthening us. The leadership was speaking the other time and was mentioning the fact that we have e-filing coming up, and then when we file online, we still have to file physically. These are AI tools that we have not yet maximized, even in the legal profession. Now, when we're talking about creativity and brand ownership, there are a whole lot of business, whole lot of brands across the world that are relying on artificial intelligence, number one, to be able to compete in international markets and also to be able to compete in local markets. Now, it is not enough for you to say, okay, I come up with a product or I build a brand and then just stay managing or selling physically. What happens to spreading out your nets? Compete on international stage, and there is no way we'll be able to do that physically. It is not efficient. So the only way to do that is by maximizing these AI tools that we are so afraid of. And then I want to talk about the fact that when it comes to intellectual property, of course, I can't dispute the fact that there are challenges. However, there are laws in place, there are policies in place, and there will always be laws in place. Tomorrow, a new law can be made about how we need to better protect intellectual property. But the fact still remains that if we need to protect intellectual property from AI, we need to maximize AI as well. And when we maximize AI, that's when we'll be able to say, okay, now, how do we make sure that this tool does not override humans? When it comes to application function, there is a particular brand, the Law Pavilion. Very familiar with Law Pavilion. Law Pavilion came up with two artificial intelligence tools, the Prime GPT and the Crimson. And that's to show you that there are ways where there are different ways in which we can introduce artificial intelligence into the legal profession and still advance and make sure that the legal profession in Nigeria is up to standard. When we talk about creativity and the fact that we need to protect creativity from artificial intelligence, the cultural self-help mechanism will be that okay, let's not upload any of your work, your research paper, everything you do, don't put it on the internet. But it's not possible that what we do. So now what can we do? Come back to policy. But at the same time, when we are talking about policy, it's not dead to us, it's dead to policy makers. So as lawyers in your space, whatever industry it is that they are working, whether litigation or in business or corporate, that we can protect the activity of those that we are working for. And number one is encourage, as we have to be efficient when it comes to signing agreements or, for instance, website cookies. Right, so when it comes to website cookies, these things are optional. We get from do you want to accept, do you want to decline? And most people, because they are in the career, don't want to know what they accept. These are the things that subject our work and creations to AI training. So if there is a need for us to protect ourselves from AI, then we need to start reading the terms and conditions before accepting cookies. I'll conclude by encouraging everyone in this room that we do not need to revolt or be fearful of artificial intelligence. We only need to maximize it.
Thank you very much. And next, we'll be following on the contestant number 3. That will be Uluwatamilola. You have 10 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you on the already super slow. I think thank you, Madam Lola. And today I'll speak on dirty creativity knowledge, working on artificial intelligence, brand leadership, and future from this topic very important because creativity now in the Nigerian economy has said there's so much going on in the creativity industry in Nigeria today, boosting the economic assets and the value in the country. Nigeria has one of the vibrant creative economic background. Industries like Hollywood, Afrobeat, the Nigerian fashion and gained global recognition. And these industries rely heavily on creativity, originality, and intellectual effort. However, as digital space grows, protecting this creative work has become more challenging. The digital age has changed how creative works are produced and shared. Artificial intelligence, social media, and street as local within the industry well development creates opportunities. They also raise serious questions about ownership, about copyright and control of creative works. Artificial intelligence that cannot generate music, scripts, artworks, and even fashion design. Nigeria's existing ideas were not necessarily designed for digital images. Nigerian Copyright Act 2020 makes provisions for only human beings. Only human beings are recognized as authors, and that's in Nigerian Copyright Act 2022. There's no clear provision for works created entirely by AI. National police like the World Intellectual Property Organization and also raised concern about AI systems using copyrighted works without permission. Brand identity is also very, very important for the creative industry. Musicians, filmmakers, and fashion designers depend on their names, their logos, and visual identity. And it's very, very important for this area in the creative industry to have proper legal backing. Also, the fashion industry is particularly vulnerable. Designs printed online are often copied without the market. Like my co-presenter said earlier, he made mention of Jane calling out the particular designer over imitating and design, word for word without giving recognition to original piece of work. There's so many other designers that come online to express their satisfaction and with the enforcement of these designs and trademark rights make the problem. Piracy remains also a major problem in the entertainment industry. We find movies being released today in cinemas on randomly, even short as a week after the movies are being released. There's no proper legal backing, there are no proper guidelines to be followed. Musicians also lose the revenue from unauthorized distribution. Nigeria lacks to monitor and prevent violation. For Nigeria's creative industry to thrive, the intellectual property protection must be strengthened. And I believe modern ideas should encourage creativity and investment. And without reform to these flaws, our economy will be confident in the system. Like I mentioned earlier, that the Nigerian Copyright Act of 2022 does not necessarily make provisions for AI generated works. They only make provisions for human works. And I believe that a reform to this existing law is very important to this upcoming area. Nigerian ideology is involved to address AI. The law should clarify who owns AI generated works. It should also regulate how AI systems use copyrighted material. Clear rules should also protect those creators and technological innovation. Platform and expanded global access to Nigerian music and film. However, creators have faced issues like voice cloning and AI generated imitation music. Without proper regulation, basic Nigerian speaking about fashion relies on originality and cultural expression. Better design, illustration, and typical tracks and they also need to develop fashion laws, properly guide fashion industry, and to avoid issues like imitation of original design of fashion design and without proper acknowledgement. Then also important to talk about the role of lawyers and policymakers when it comes to creating AI creativity. Lawyers play an important role in protecting creative rights. They assist in IP registration, license, and contract, and policies they have to must also update and ensure that the law applies international treaties. It's very important for us to reform our laws and probably make our laws contain these upcoming nuclear area so as to ensure that it recovers or the areas where there is no proper legal management. Also, our judges to be really clear and also enlighten some of our judges, train them and enforcement officers in this area to ensure that the laws are enforced properly and everything goes on smoothly. In conclusion, I'll say that Nigeria's music industry and enormous potential in digital age, and that this potential can only be realized strong legal protection. Traditional intellectual property laws are no longer sufficient. By reforming laws, strengthening enforcement, and investing in technology, Nigeria has set its great future and movement. Thank you very much.
This is together for the third contestant as we welcome contestant number 4, Adebola Kolade. Please put them together for me. We have 10 minutes, sir. Your time starts now.
Standing on the existing protocol, I am Kolade Adebola, and I'm speaking on a written presentation on the message of the title.
Especially lost today. It's a if you are not the chairman of the panel is part of and they have the parameters on the assessment of each of the candidates. So don't discuss balance, but the that the chairman of the panel is there. That was of course taking about.
So the potential utility of the digital age, AI, the partnership and the future of intellectual property in Nigeria's materials education industries. The presentation need to highlight and to visualize how Nigeria's copyright law can actually protect intellectual property in Nigeria's entertainment and fashion industries. So I'll start by first examining the protection for the fashion industries under the Copyright Act. Then I'll move to when talking about the AI rights to protection of copyright regulation of Nigeria. Then I'll now also need to highlighting the protection of copyrights and as regards to artificial intelligence and foreign jurisdictions. Then I think to talking about what's the going forward for Nigeria's copyright law, and then I will conclude. So first we start by saying the massive in Nigeria's entertainment and housing industry. There is already a massive proliferation of creative works and unauthorized use of intellectual property. And these are things we need to bring us in Nigerian industry because that's no music artists, music producers, it has been the long part in the basic industry, finding piracy and unauthorized of their creative works. And now with the inclusion of AI, now the inclusion of AI brings an additional layer of challenge the already existing platform against authorization of copyrighted works and piracy. Because AI has generative abilities that it does generate any kind of digital work. And also the use of artificial intelligence now reduce the huge gap in Nigeria's copyright activity too. Because the copyright activity to understanding this is not at research the extent of the fusion of artificial intelligence with Nigeria's startup and the platinum industries. So now I will move to examining what like the provision or protection of copyright on for the Nigerian Platinum Fashion Industries under the Copyright Act 2022. And the Copyright Act 2022, the Act is an excellent innovation on protection of copyright and intellectual property in section 181 of Act. It includes definition of copy. It includes the digital copy. So it includes digital copy as part of meaning of copy. So that means that the provision in section 36 against unauthorized copies includes provision against digital copies. And then also the Act provides that copyright infringement is actually ruled at the federal high court. And that also provides that president or media intellectual copyright has been encouraged to transition those of data to any online platform hosting their content without authorization. The Act also provides the security. The base of the Act release against recording and distribution like live performances, and this protects music artists against unauthorized distribution, unauthorized recording and distribution of that. And then section 44-49, copyright Act also provides treaties based on copyright and piracy protections. And then lastly, with section 1, the Act provides that creators and objects to the use of their works on grounds of injuries and reputation. That is whether that work is used in the manner that injure the reputation creators and make such reputation. So now, having examined the provision of protection of intellectual property in the creative, entertainment and fashion industry, I would move on to talking about the AI threat to protection of copyright and brand ownership. But since what exactly is the threat of AI? Why is that talking about AI and intellectual protection of intellectual property? First, AI has generated ability that can now generate its own version of any digital work. It can generate images from its own. And this poses the risk of fashion creators post their designs online, and AI can just duplicate it. And it's also a just brand ownership, because brand ownership means that you make the design exclusive, but the digital AI cannot create another version of your own design. And AI also now has ability to generate voice modeling and generate picture recording. And this means that any random person can create a video recording of any random musician with their examples that is almost indistinguishable by the human, because the effect to decide the threat of AI to intellectual property in the Nigerian space and entertainment industry. And now I'll be going to examine the protection of copyrights and artificial intelligence in foreign communication. This problem protecting copyright in this state of AI, how exactly has been tackled by foreign communications. In the European Union, the Court of Justice of the European Union has held that the work can be protected by copyright generated by human mind. So, the European Union has held that what generated by AI is not copyrighted. And that's the big step, getting the electoral person and for AI. Also, the electoral system. The local electoral provided the under civil market directive. It has the beginning of that directive of permits, test data and that is API close text and needs to data always. Permits and proposals, then it has a form. Then it has a form provides which for other purposes dependent on permission and consent by users for use conflict. And also the European Union enacted artificial intelligence activity report and artificial intelligence activity report categorizes artificial intelligence systems digital the categorized artificial intelligence systems into IOs and videos and it demands accountability for creators of artificial intelligence that is the provide documentation and guidelines and actually data, and also in the United States, and also in the United States are also framework as only one city by the government are authorized, but it also provide that and it also provide that AI also was about human contribution. So I Nigerian copywriters are beginning to adopt these innovations. For example, like you can where you can tell that only one study by human hand and copywriting and also by one accountability from AI developers for them to provide security data and process.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for each as we welcome the last contestant for the practitioners category, Fale Amos. Please put your hands together for you. Mr. Fale Amos. You have 10 minutes now and your time starts here. Thank you.
My name is Fale. My name is Fale. About operating usually nowadays, after me, fashion designs are not like nobody borrow. So now
Sorry, please let maintain the rule. Please let's maintain the rule. Mr. Michael Akinobi, please let's maintain the rule and back. Thank you very much.
keeping on up my idea, I'm serious stress to our creativity and family relationship. Don't get me wrong. That's your class.
The chairman of the panel. When we look in terms of you are talking in terms of equal opportunity. Other speakers are spoken under the very conducive atmosphere. They were properly listened to. Let us give him his own opportunity so that when the assessment comes, the issue that they were making us that was taken by own delivery will not be included. Thank you very much.
So I people that come up my AI, not push you into the creativity and imagination. Like I said, yeah, don't get it wrong. Say technology has been doing our history. But it has always, it has at the same time, again, privacy, limitation, and issues of creative works. So you still might go to examine how high people must be more to protect our creativity. So I'm going to do 2 seconds. The first one is the data power. Now, the data power was shifted privacy from physical markets to online spaces. Nowadays, you see English, using and fashion designs online everywhere, legally distributed online within hours of this. Despite the fact that we have the session that needs provision for the enforcement, a copyright act section for the copyright. And secondly, now we have AI generated scripts, music, and videos. For instance, imagine your favorite have with access. Or imagine that there is a village or sound exactly like a favorite artist. Who wants it? Is it the artist or the AI? Though I'm asking that the ideas were not enacted with the AI in mind. For instance, the trademark is a new status, which explains why AI and other new technologies were not today. And secondly, is the entertainment factor. The copyright act is based on human authorship and originality. Excellence operators, which means AI pattern generated what the law of the filing of copyright, leaving creators very when their works are used to screen AI system without compensation or any consequence. And one of the issues I would like to read about the entertainment market is the issue of enforcement. Despite the fact that some digital space offers monetization, we still have quite unauthorized distribution. And the third one is the fashion industry. The copyright act focuses on sketching and textile designs, and which allows copying and pampering. And also, I would like to mention that in digital design and cultural patterns, last expression. So this is part I identified key forms, which is first number one to update and another ideas that and secondly, it's spread time was the third one to authorize the fourth one to bring industry awareness, and lastly to encourage response to AI. So in conclusion, AI and digital technology present both opportunities and risks for our enjoyment together. Now, to safeguard this ability to economy, we must create those, we must ensure that we create those that will evolve as fast as our target, and as well to use AI as a tool and not as a medium of intellectual. Thank you.
All right, let's put your hands together for the final contestants. Let's put your hands together. I've learned a lot. And right now, we're going straight into the students category. Okay, I have the permission of the chief judge for the students category to call on the first contestant. You have 5 minutes each. Your time starts now. Mr. Laton or Adedeji, please come up on stage. Please put your hands together. 5 minutes. Your time starts now. All the best.
Starting on the existing protocol, my name is Dr. Mohamed, and I will present on the topic. The Petroleum Industry Act 2021 also communicates Nigeria's decade of gas. Is Nigeria's transition compatible with just and sustainable future? Now, I believe that judging by the definition, the topic of oil and gas will not be very long, which is why I will take a brief introduction to how the robust topic is and how to understand what this is. The Petroleum Industry Act, formerly known as the data for oil and gas practitioners, is legislation for 35 chapters, 390 sections, and 8 schedules. Created to regulate, govern, and control the physical framework of the oil and gas industry. On the other hand, you have the host communities. The host communities are geographical locations, and the people living in geographical locations where oil and gas companies are located, and who particularly are affected by oil exploration. And most especially people who have the right to decisions that are made by the oil and gas companies, because of they are the ones that are affected by restoration. And the last thing is the decade of gas initiative. The decade of gas initiative is not like the 10-year plan created by the late President Muhammadu to make sure that from 2021 to 2030, Nigeria shifts from a positive of dependent economy to an economy where gas is the one leading the some of the energy ground. But the question I want to ask is that leaving fossil fuel petroleum to go into gas, is it really an energy transition? Because the difference between petroleum and gas is the level of emissions and integrated. But 24 years before that. So if you currently hold the largest amount of gas potential in Africa, both of 210 trillion units of gas. However, there is this much potential surplus And prioritize people more products. And we all know that the oil and gas industry is known for what it is. Definitely, the governments were also about the money, unfortunately. But the truth is, when we are exploring and making this money, who are the people suffering for this money we are making? I want to tell you that, although the detail of that is interesting in our knowledge, I was tempted to transform the fossil fuel transition. However, that's a virtual economy is not without the environmental consideration. Definitely, there are a lot of consequences for if people are making it. The PIA 21 is governed by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And why did it say that? Why is it safer? Why does production is safer than chemical definition? Is that about very dangerous? Especially its effects on human populations. I want a question. Can gas energy production really clean the status of the future? The answer is yes, because the way we can efficiently manage potential is key to energy progress. Nigeria currently sits on a list of the top 10 energy producers worldwide, just at the back of big countries like Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, USA, and Iran. And even as we have the potentials, we also have commitments in our laws, just like the PIA, the Net National Plan, and the Climate Change Act. And even signatory to international conventions such as the Paris Agreement, there is Ababa, Action Agenda, and others. Now, I need to know that what we need at the moment is the implementation of our policies to this laws that are signatory to and efficient regulation of our conventions. But it's all we need know. Our problem is prioritizing gas-led energy transition over gas-led energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a big difference between energy transmission and energy transition. And I promise you that currently, Nigerian government is investing so much in energy transition, currently supplying bigger amounts of development countries. But at the moment, are we really thinking what we have that will complete possibilities? Okay. In conclusion, I would say that gas is possible, but gas is possible, and of course, Nigeria is still long into carbon dependent economy due to its potential with possible economy. But if you don't want to switch to renewable energy source, Nigeria needs to understand that the decade of gas initiative which the 10-year plan should end with the plan of completely leaving gas produced energy completely. Because I promise you that if you do not have a plan for after we achieve our plan, we're end up going back to the same thing we did for our plan. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him as we welcome the next contestants for the next 5 minutes for good age engineering. Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start with the already established protocol. My name is Olulu Jerry, Capital Gosling, Dallas University, and I'll be speaking on the topic the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, also community and Nigeria's dedicated gas. Is Nigeria's gas-led energy transition compatible with a just and sustainable future? Nigeria currently stands as a defining crossroad, and our next 10 gigawatt of the future of our energy sector. Millions of Nigerians simply without reliable electricity, while the world around all rapidly evolving away from fossil fuel. Now, the real question is not whether Nigeria needs energy, but whether the path we are choosing delivers justice and compatibility, or does it simply postpone crises? It is again this that I will examine Nigeria's gas-led energy transition under the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 and the government decade of gas initiative. For decades, Nigeria's oil and gas sector has been marked by heavy foreign operation, reliance, and deep environmental particularly in the Niger Delta region. Despite enormous revenue, host communities have enjoyed oil fields, gas flaring, and even loss of livelihoods. Unfortunately, the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 was enacted to correct these failures, and one of the most celebrated innovations was the host community development trust, which
which mandate operating companies to contribute 3% of their annual operating expenditure to all community development. And at the same time, the government launched the decade of gas, that's 2020-2030, presenting natural gas as a transition to address energy poverty and drive industrial growth. Across this state progressively. But upon a close examination, it reveals a serious problem. Is it really compatible with a just nature? I'll be addressing two arguments. First is justice. It is truly justifiable? Because what the host community development marks a shift from voluntary charity to a level of obligation. Its structure undermines genuine justice. Operating on companies should retain significant control over the trust. They even appoint the board of trustees, while the host communities lack real autonomy. And another strong police, Section 257 of the Petroleum Industry Act. This provision allows the cost of pipeline vandalism and repairs to be deducted from community development funds. And in actual effect, development funding is tied to security outcome. This is deeply unjust. My second argument concerns sustainability. Natural gas may be cleaner than coal, yes. But let's not forget the fact that it remains the positive problem. Compost largely of methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide in the short term. Billions are being invested in pipelines and gas facilities that will soon become stranded assets as global finance and energy markets move silently towards renewable energy. What can be done? First, Section 257 should be amended to it should be completely divorced from host community funding from security failure. And another one, our country must adopt a clear time-bound transition roadmap, treating that strictly as a short-term bridge and progressively redirecting investment towards renewable energy. And gas should not be treated as a destination. It should just be a temporary bridge to a renewable power to future. Thank you.
Just put it together for her as a bonus. The second to the last two categories, students category, Daniel Tolu and Palanka, if I'm 5 minutes. Thank you.
Starting the established before, my name is Daniel Tulu and my topic today is Petroleum Industry Act 2021, host communities and Nigeria's gas energy transmission, compatible with the just and sustainable future. I will start by saying the Nigerian oil and gas sector provides under 10% of GDP, yet accounts for 90% of government revenue and foreign exchange, and creates extreme fiscal vulnerability. This dependence crowds out agriculture and other renewable sources. I will want to say the objectives of the Petroleum Industry Act. Within this context, the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 stands as a major reform aimed at restructuring Nigeria's oil and gas sector. The technique of gas efficiency also explains how it should work alongside the Petroleum Industry Act by treating natural gas as transition fuel. However, there is a conflict between the objectives to maximize gas utilization for economic development and the imperative of achieving a just and sustainable energy transition. Moving on, I will talk about the limitation of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. As previously mentioned, the Petroleum Industry Act was established to revamp and reform Nigeria's oil and gas sector by creating a detailed legal governance and regulation fiscal framework. The PIA was basically admits the past right in restructuring the petroleum industry and addressing some issues that were common under the previous system. Nevertheless, the sector still faces various challenges,
It is able to rectify the flaws of the budget. The PIA has unintentionally introduced new complications. The main difficulties are not stemmed from the act itself, but rather how effectively it has implemented. Key hurdles related to PIA include staff. In conclusion, the President Justice Act and Nigeria for
As well, the last presenter of student category, you have 5 minutes, brother, and this is the
I don't exist to go and the topic for today is the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. Both communities and Nigeria's decade of gas. Is Nigeria's gas energy transition compatible with a just and sustainable future? To start with, I want to talk about something I've always heard since I'm young. That Nigeria happens to be the giant of Africa. This sounds like a cliche or past theory. However, we must consider realities. It has been reported that Nigeria possesses 208.83 trillion cubic feet in gas reserves. This places Nigeria amongst other world economies that is large, such as US, Qatar. Does this mean this is our reality or something else? Yeah, we'll see that we have Nigeria being part of these three guys, having developed economically, but yet it doesn't reflect in our economic development. I would say this can be seen in
I'll say this can be seen in our reality, though, but it's not yet reflecting due to some abnormalities. Just imagine this: you live in a community where gas is being extracted every day. However, you lack gas to cook, you still cook with food, and you still live in darkness. This is just the reality of Nigeria host communities. This is just the reality of Nigeria host community. And this topic is talking about 3 different things there. So we have Nigeria gas energy transition, and we have the Industry Petroleum and Host Community Initiative, and we have the decay of gas. So we're comparing these 3 and seeing whether it's just and it's sustainable. So we have 2 questions here: whether it is just and whether it's sustainable. For being just, we are going to be considering the host communities, whether this energy transition is actually profitable to them, and we'll be considering sustainable future, whether the energy transition is good or bad for our climate and everything. Extending the case of gas. The case of gas was introduced in 2021 with 4 and more objectives: for energy security, for economic diversification, to lower emission and industrial growth. According to reports, in 2023, Nigeria flared about $707 billion worth of gas. This tells us the amount and cost that it takes in flaring gas, and the amount we will have paid in revenue. And for the Petroleum Industry Act, was also in 2021, but was not part of the decade of gas. For the Petroleum Industry Act in 2021, it introduced the Host Communities Initiative, and the rationale is that oil companies allocate 3% of their annual operating costs to community development projects. And also, they also use the fund for infrastructure development and community cohesion to reduce costly pipeline sabotage and conflict. However, there are the arguments that whether or not this 3% commitment is sufficient enough for the pollution. Is sufficient enough for the pollution. These host communities does not come with some challenges. This whole community initiative does not come with some challenges. Number 1, whether or not this 3% is enough to clear off all the mess that have been caused. Number 2, corporate governance of the host community trustees, and also if whether or not it is enough to minimize environmental accountability. And the problem here that I have is that there is corporate dominance. There is corporate dominance over the host community board. Also, we see environmental blind spots. Ecological restoration is not prioritized enough.
This is together for him as we draw content on the student category, first ever student category of the secondary competition. Results are trickling gentlemen and training time so far. Just before we get to the stage where we announce the people who go with our money, I want to especially call the next chairman of this session, a former chairman of the Nigerian Association of Mr. N.O.
the MC for this occasion. My technical point in the first instance is to appreciate the organizers of this program, prime solicitors. Prime solicitors as amended. Now, it is not every time that an occasion of this nature is formally organized, especially for a deceased person, a late. When communities gather together for the purpose of eternalizing the name of the deceased person, there will be something that is very spectacular in that individual. Because after one's demise, people easily forget about you. I want to thank you most sincerely especially for recognizing your predecessor in office, shall be well with you and other members of the executive. Before we return to the panel of judges associated, Mr. President, I will suggest a situation whereby the number of participants in an occasion of this nature is reduced. So that if you give ample opportunity to the people who are being called upon to deliver their papers, time of questioning, it is part of their own assessment, not just delivering your paper and thereafter, immediately thereafter, you go to your seat. Members of the panel are there may be one or two questions they are interested in wanting to across to that individual and selection immediately as if you are appearing in a court of law will be part of their own assessment that the very difficult situation how will this individual adjust and react. Then aside from that, I want to say that part of your assessment is your own recognition of the chairman of the panel, members of the panel. When you say you are relying on a system protocol, you are considering a fault to the original person who started that protocol, which you are actually embarking upon because you regard it as a perfect way. You are under examination. Everything you use to be put across to them. My Lord, the chairman of this panel, members of the panel, they take of you are recognizing them in a way. It's not a crime, but it is an embodiment of your own personality on how you actually treat people. Then I want to say that when the topic is likely to be chosen for application of this nature, don't let it be higher up. Let it be at the category of the people you are actually inviting to deliver their papers. When you say AI, ethics and the Nigerian lawyer, ethics and the Nigerian lawyer, associated by who? Who are the people who call upon to talk about ethics when they are not even stepped into the same ethics? They don't have the proper grounding or understanding or knowledge of what is called ethics, and you are relating to the Nigerian lawyer. When you are gathering a lawyer, you shall be well with you, and this is that we want to leave everything to the chairman of the panel and members of the panel. Thank you.
I thought we would give it laughing on the Lennon take a seat. Thank you very much, Lennon, the chairman. We have taken note of these corrections and we put to good use, sir. At this stage, I want to welcome, with the greatest respect to the podium, the Chief Judge for the practitioners category of the 2025 Sheriff UBS competition, His Lordship, Honorable Justice K.A. Adegoke. Please keep laughing, beyond witness, keep laughing. Adegoke is not too far.
Thank you very much. As the chairman of the competition, let me be so that I'm in mass to run the government. The chairman of today's competition, because we are present for worship, the distinguished panelists, participants, and members of the General Association by the branch. Actually, the chairman has already covered some of the field. However, one or two things. The presenters, all know well. Only that somebody must be number one and others to follow. However, I want to point out two things. As at the time the Lord Justice B.H.I. spoke the other time, when the Lord sat down, I whispered something to him that experience, you can't read this and you can't buy it. So some of the things that I not get out as a part of the believer we are seen as judges, we see a lot of things that sometimes we ask ourselves. Is it not from the same bar that I was brought to this side? What we're not seeing that time, you will see it now.
As Yoruba would say, tí kò ìfọ̀nlẹ̀. When presenter representing the chairman of the bar, because he's not a teacher. He really said, no, that was 50%. No, I like 50%. I was telling doctor that the chairman were to be a teacher, all the students are not looking for the class. He didn't share. Most of them may have different softwares of grading. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Polani, some other times you can do better, particularly in terms of this. We want to call your attention to the topic. Briefly, I have 2 experience. When you gather before judges, some will be lenient with you and will tell you calmly. Some will tell you in a manner that you never forget in your life. Before the Court of Africa, now one day, one of the panel members told a lawyer, Mr. So. Some other time when you want to appear before us, is to make sure that something is darker than this. That's a message. My first experience before the chief judge of the Honorable Justice Salamba, the lawyer came in and the court was filled to pray. On a month, that was my first appearance as a lawyer. And I don't put it to him straight. I don't give audience to the next lawyer. That's another message. Everybody has his or her own approach of casting this. For an occasion like this, dress code is one of the things that happen. The only thing is for you're only living now. You can do better. That's just a message. Secondly, you are all presenting on artificial intelligence. You are talking to us, or maybe for us to shift that we are going forward. The first one, let's go to the second and the third. The all of you, except you, you are presenting manually. Some people even make use of visual aids at all. We have put our heads together and we assess it independently, and we now brought all our together immediately. At the end of each all, we have this result, which members of the panel and for providing to our announce. Score 50 months, 80%. People additional score 55.2%. Lálùgbé Olúwadára 59.7%. Kọ́ládé Adégbọlá 27%. Fálẹ́lẹ̀ Amos 46.7%. First is Lálùgbé. And second is Favor additional. And third is Olusayo Olatunji. Before I drop the microphone, I am telling members of the panel, as we are judging, audience too, we are judging. However, we have one advantage which we do not have. We have the papers with us, and we look at the quality of the paper. None of you created your paper. We get the part of the paper, we want to use. We look at your reference chart. We look at the way you arrange your sub-X. If you address the subject matter, some of these things we look at and arriving at figure for the quality of the paper. That is how far we can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is not very interesting. You can see that Ibadan is a natural judge. Natural judge, both of character and of learning. We are very grateful for your lordship. We are deeply grateful, sir.
Say, we go last year. The first, the second, I give you okay. Then I have an answer. Here on this floor, I think after my appointment, the first dinner whatever that I attended, one senior okay was invited from Lagos. And I remember the topic of his paper was where are our boys? Here, he said it here. He said he went to PTA, whatever is the board of these schools. In all those and universities, you will see the best graduate student, here, the fourth period. And the teacher will be a job. Even in the classroom, they are performing better than our parents. When spoken, I declare as a motion of an election, your family to me.
Let's put hands together for Honorable Justice K. Adebayo, the chairman, Mr. Elliot Oke said, this has been fantastic so far. I want to present my own paper now. Where are the boys? Very quickly, we shall be inviting with greatest respect to the podium the chief judge for the first ever student category of the Shepherd Adebayo competition, after which we present the checks and certificates of participation to all participants. But please join me as welcome His Worship, Mrs. M.A. Awuredi. Please put them together. You're welcome, Your Worship.
Good afternoon to the chairman of the panel, my lords present here, the chief registrars, judiciaries, your worships, your honors present here, the dynasty, and the members of the Nigerian Association. I thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to be the chief of the panel of the session. And I want to say I appreciate all of the participants because having gone through their papers, I appreciate all of them there. And also consider the time frame that they have to present. They did have opportunity to spend 10 minutes, like those that decided before them, they have those 5 minutes. And also, the topic, like I was discussing today, four judges, we saw somehow that look at. So I know some of them, taking because in the respective schools for those that we talk to somehow because like you say, it's the days that I was doing the papers. I give you my minutes. I was reading it so you understand the topic to celebrate because I think the fact that she knows that topic that you have to address. I also say that she is fond of me. I congratulate them. However, notwithstanding this, there was very good man. All of them are not be believable, but they all did very well. So, with my co-judges that have come together and scored the first on the list 20%, since there are 9 columns. So the others independent marks. So, well, like my mother said, that coming to this kind of education demands that worship national. I want to talk about Mr. Bola Magaji now. The address codes of it. So please take a look at that in case of that. When you are coming to this kind of country, dress accordingly where is dress code of the profession. We have our own. Thank you. So to go to the decision of the judges, we are all come together, assess them, and collate the results. The first person
Mr. Agadi Walama. Despite his blessing, a score 76%. One of the second person is Ogunde Chijuru. She scores 69.30%. Then, that's one where scores 68%. She's in top. Ryan Malay scored 61.3%. It is not only that all of them are, they are all wrong way, or somebody is different. Once again, I tell you, when I read out this, giving you this opportunity, thank you.
Let's put hands together for worship. Put hands together, please. Thank you very much for worship. We thank you for the industry and everything that you have put into this. We do not take it for granted. As you can see, our checks have been displayed. I feel like stealing them away. Go to Weber Park, now cash it, now run away. We try everything. I hope they were ready before CCG. I'm very grateful. So very quickly, we want to present certificates of participation to everybody who participated and to do all the honors. We will be calling on the former chairperson of the Young Leaders Forum, Mr. Shile Obasa. Mr. Shile Obasa, please come forward. He is the former chairman of the YF. He's now an old lawyer, but he's still involved in most. All right, so Mr. Shile Obasa will be presenting this to Joseph Adeolu Obuliki. Is he here? Please come to the center. All right, I think we can have very quickly additional favor. Please come for your certificate of participation. Additional favor. The next person is Agbaje Gbolahan. Please come forward very quickly. Agbaje Gbolahan. Please come forward very quickly. The person is not here. Mr. Fale Amos. Please come forward very quickly for the certificate. We want to do this as a practical. PG Abdul. PG Abdul, please come forward. Give it here. It's not here. We thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Emeritus, please have a seat. I'll be calling on the treasurer of the Young Leaders Forum, Kayode Karami, to present the next set of certificates, and we'll be starting with Ogunde Chijuru. Please put your hands together for her. Followed closely by Fadi Lube, Oluwatomisi Adeola. Please come forward very quickly, and I want His Lordship, Honorable Justice Bayo to get prepared. Please present this. His Lordship, Honorable Justice B.A. sir, please join us, sir, as we present the certificate of participation to coincidentally the winner of today's practitioners category, Laluke Oluwadamilare. Please come forward. If you don't have flash, please check the one with you, just so you know. Please put hands together for her. She comes forward. I'm clapping too. If you are hearing lots of people with strong with. I'm clapping you. Please put hands together. The YM chairman represents Mr. Sile Olayola, the next certificate to Olayinka Damiano. Olayinka, and please come forward for them. Please put your hands together for them. Out of 100 of essays, these are the ones that were chosen. It's a lot of work, I must assure you. Kolade Sifi Adebola, please come forward. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adebola and come forward. And I want Precious CP Operanos to also for the practicing Precious CP Operanos. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And now to present, wow. Wow, we can't start this over again. Can we start again? I want to present the third prize winner check of the 2025 Sheriff ASM competition, sponsored by Prime Solicitors. We want to call on the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Bangor branch, Mr. Ibrahim Lawal, as he comes forward. Mr. Chairman, sir, please put your hands together to be moved. Please put your hands together as well. The who can you call? You don't want the money again. Please put your hands together for him. Third place check.
On behalf of the Nigeria Bar Association Players, I present to you the third prize winner in the sum of 150,000 naira, being the outcomes, one of the third prize winner for Shepherd Memorial Estate Competition. Congratulations.
All right. And for the second place, this first together for you, third place, you can take it to take that way. Take it to without shoe. Don't go for the other chair, just take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, the second position, we want to call on the regulators to check favor additional. Okay, this is together for us, second place. We want to know. We want to call on the chairman of this section, Mr. N.O.O. Okay, senior government of Nigeria. It's such a privilege to have you, sir. So let's do very I would like, especially to present the second place check. Please get together and keep clapping. I'm clapping for you in favor. In case you decide to share this money. Please keep clapping, keep clapping.
Paper. 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 How many times did I call you? It is not because that is important today. Between now and the next 20 days, it's going to be gone. But what you have been generated with today in terms of money is inspiration, man. It shall be well with you. And this is not going to be the last of your guests. So shall it be. Congratulations.
Please put your hands together. Keep clapping, second prize winner. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much, LSU. Favor. 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 See me after this program. I go on. Ladies and gentlemen, the number one, the winner of the 2025 Sheriff competition, traditional category, that's the of the one of the Where are our boys? Keep laughing for the first prize winner of the Sheriff competition. Keep laughing. And to present these awards, I have just been dispatched by the Wild this is the first time a female is doing this competition. I'm not sure, but because of one of our mothers from our sponsors, Prime Solicitors, we have the privilege to have before us the managing partner, Prime Solicitors, Professor Yemisi Abiola. This is together for our mother and she comes forward. Please keep laughing. I'm telling this one person now. Keep laughing. We don't laugh, we have problems. Then we are getting the woman appear there and they are there at the Lava Center. And we are grateful to have you, man.
Wow, fantastic. The chairman of the session, which is all of the principals, really upset.
It gives me great pleasure to present this check. Lanity Oluwadamilona. She's actually my daughter. She has served very briefly at Prime Solicitor for my internship. So I'm glad she has taken a little bit of our wisdom to showcase this afternoon. I'm very proud of her. And I appreciate all of you for supporting her as well. And of course, because she's female, we need to continue to support the female race. So the great joy I present this check to you, and I congratulate you for this week's award. I pray that you continue to provide wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that you use to keep up good work. God bless
want to respectfully photograph with Honorable Justice K.A. Adedogun and his worship with Stanley Aureli, as well as Honorable Justice K.A. the Vice President of the NBA, the Second Vice President of the NBA, the YF Chairman, and all other judges here. The Chairman, Mr. Ibrahim Lawal, the most handsome Chairman we had, and the Chairman of the session, Mr. Eno of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the only one who wants to be in this picture, and that's okay. I sacrifice for you. All the judges, please, we are told to invite you upstage, as well as judges for the first category, his worship, and I will see. Everybody on stage, please.
I'm not showing.
All right, let's get together for the winner and our judges and all the participants. And for the student category, we want the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Ibrahim Lawal, to please stay back as we congratulate Mr. Lato. Mr. Lato, I think they should be third. Please get together for him. Mr. Chairman, for the a presidential handshake for the students. Those checks can enter their students, so that they don't believe them. Third commission for the first ever edition of the student category. Ladies and gentlemen,
so is the third position. Congratulations for attaining this heights. I want to challenge you that you work harder, that by next time you bear on top of your deal. Congratulations.
please put your hands together for him. And for the second position, I want to invite Mr. Olusegun Abimbola. He has been running away, but we have him now. Please, Mr. Olusegun Abimbola, second position, Ogundeji Mary, who is the LSS president for Paradise University for Ethical Law. Please put your hands together for our president as she comes to give a handshake and our money away. Please put your hands together for her.
Congratulations. I hear that in case don't say because you can't see us physically presenting the check, there is a prize money to the students category as well. I think the second category, the second place winner is 150,000.
Please put your hands together for her.
Congratulations, keep it up, and look forward to joining us in the profession. Another 1 year or 2. 1 year. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And the last but not the least, the first position for the first student category of the session of the chairman of the competition, Bola Agbaje, and he will be given a handshake by Mr. Bola Eson, senior advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Ibu, and congratulations to you. You will be joined by the chairman of the Young Girls Forum, Ibadan branch, Mr. Timile Odagamba. Congratulations.
Congratulations, I will inform that he has 50,000 naira cash prize. A lot of money during this home today, and I want to thank the prize minister, congratulations, thank you. Congratulations for being looking for your parents in the lab. And your piece of the past exams is very hard.
We look at together and we want to represent the third award for today's to the chairman of today's session, Mr. N.O.O. Okay, senior advocate of Nigeria. Please put together for him at the top of the stage, and this award will be presented by the second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mrs. Bola Animation. Please put together and keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. It's such a pleasure to have you around, man. And we thank you, sir, for chairing this session with so much grace.
Thank you very much, sir. This is an award of appreciation, a recognition of the valuable contribution as chairman, president of Sheffield Academic competition. Thank you today, Ethnics and the Nigerian Lawyers all the 2025 Gulf for MBA Baton branch. Thank you.
We thank you, Madam Second Vice President.
I'm not taking it for granted. I appreciate the organizers once again. You are mentioning that I was the chairman between 1996 and 1999. Chairman of the branch in the 90s. And for still having this opportunity, extended to me, I say thank you. And God bless you.
This will be together for Mr. Chairman, sir. We are so grateful, sir. Thank you, sir. And coming up next is, one of the most important factors why this competition is still put together. Our sponsors, Prime Solicitors. So we want the representative from Prime Solicitors to come up and take our word of appreciation. We wish to do more, but we have still on seats the managing partner, Professor Yemisi Abiola. Please put your hands together for her. Keep it happy. Like I told you, I told you so personally. And to present this award, we most respectfully follow Honorable Justice Oyedele. I'm sorry. Honorable Justice Oyedele. Please put your hands together. We are most grateful. We are most grateful. Honorable Justice Oyedele. We thank our sponsors.
Award of appreciation in an occasion of a valuable contribution as a sponsor, Sheffield the greatest competition, titled A1, Ethics and Nigerian Law, held during the 2025 law of the NBA competition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is the Chief Judge of the Practitioners category of the Sheffield Academic Competition 2025, my Lord Honorable Justice K.A. Adeloku. And to present this award is no other person than the person that has been sharing battles with all along. His learned brother Judge Honorable Justice K.A. Taiwo. We are welcome your lordships. I will not be able to. If you want to become the judge, you can sneak into this picture and let's see what God will do. Please put your hands together. All right, the Honorable Justice Taiwo said I should add that Honorable Justice Taiwo is his mentor, and I am so compliant with the order of things.
On behalf of the organizers of this competition and the sponsors, thanks to the Institute of Science, there is AI alone.
People then get out and also credit to that and we not take it for granted. And to present this award to our judge of the student category of the Sheikh Academic competition, Mr. Olakide Akintola, will be calling on honorable judge to the issue. Please put us together as a on stage. They were very careful with the names. You are always complaining, no, everybody is allowing it.
Award of appreciation is not going to Olakide Akintola as Judge Segun Aderedikwe assistant.
All right, and to present the next award. To present the next award, we will be calling on the chairman of the session, we are opening from the side, to His Excellency Mr. Kolawole Eson, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
I want to say that God's time is the best. When He's ready, He will do what He will do. So the conferment of the Land Constitution of Nigeria, from our learning brothers this year, it has been one recognition or the other. He became the patron of the Nigerian Bar Association by the branch. And this opportunity made all of us and more coming away. It is better to be late than never. Whether anybody likes it or not, until eternity, you are a senior advocate of Nigeria. On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Brothers for the Ibadan branch, I'm seizing this opportunity by photos of the authorities and power conferred on me as the chairman of this occasion. I'm presenting to you as the judge, Segun Aderedikwe competition on behalf of the area to produce an Young Lawyers Forum Ibadan branch. Congratulations to my brother. Shall be well with you. Shall be well with your household. Thank you.
Let us go to the minister for you to present this award to the chief judge of the student category of the Sheikh Academic competition. His worship most respectfully, Mrs. Emily Awere. Please put your hands together.
Whenever you are called upon for the assessment of certain individual, if you are not well prepared, you have difficulties in doing justice. And what she did in the last year about an hour ago, that she had to lose a mind for the purpose of the correct assessment. And if that didn't happen, she be justified. Let us assume for the purpose of management that she did not do a thorough work. She may be thinking within herself, her conscience will actually be showing her that this assessment of these individuals is too actually prepared for it. But I can see that she's happy, radiant, and excited when being one of us. She's not looking sober. Congratulations. On behalf of the Nigerian Young Lawyers Forum Ibadan branch, I'm presenting this award of appreciation to you as Chief Judge Sheikh Aderedikwe competition on 17 December 2025. This is not going to be your last. Congratulations, man. Thank you.
We are going to select to and to present the award for his worship, judge of the student category of the 2025 Shepherd University competition, Mrs. Eliolanyu Adebusi, the Learning Civil Chairman of this session, Mr. Edo SAN.
People are not ordinarily appointed. When the decision is to be taken about an individual, it will only be those about 12 people that will sit together. Somebody will mention the name of that individual and others will attest. So when other people's name will be mentioned, don't let us put him or her into that panel. And not various categories of people we are being recognized. And presenting this award of appreciation to you, Mr. Eniola Adebusi, as judge, Shegun Adebusi Commission held on 17 December 2025. My special prayer for you go higher. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir. And I'm inviting Honorable Justice Odekunle to please, most respectfully, sir, come up to the podium to present this award to Dr. Stephen Ilesomoni as a former state. We are grateful to have you, Dr. Sir, and we thank you for the time as well as the industry and energy put together. Please put us together. All right, we are most grateful, sir. Only because of the please go, sir. We want to please help to present this award to Mr. Mayowa K. Owolabi as judge, University Competition. Please do get together. It's a man loved by young lawyers, and you are very grateful.
Yes, I on behalf of the Judge and in view of participation, they are celebrating the parts of the leader of the competition. I said to this award.
We are very grateful, sir. Mr. Amy, I think the PRO of the Nigerian Association of the branch comes on to present this award to Mr. Chideze Okoli as judge, Shepherd University competition 2025. We are grateful for your service and the sacrifice that you put into this. Please come up to the podium. Please put your hands together for our judge and the PRO of the good and bad boys, Mr. Michael Akinwumi.
On behalf of the Nigerian Last Row, the Nigerian Bar Association Dr. Branch, I present to you this award of appreciation for your time, efforts, and diligence in the Czech competition. I therefore present this decision to you on the behalf.
We are very grateful. And finally, as we come to this place together, and finally, as we come to the close of this program, we want to invite Brian to channel for his closing remarks as we say goodbye. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Odekunle. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. Grateful for your time. We especially appreciate the chairman of the education, Mr. Edo Okes, the chairman of the bar, Mr. Emmanuel. The sponsor, Mr. Olusegun said, my lovely state president, and every young member. Thank you, and we know that next year we will be having important things. Thank you.
All right, I call on the chairman of this session to declare this session to close as we always.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank every individual present. Time is money, but considering the situation as very special,
My special prayer for you individual and collective. Before your praise God, you be specially recognized. And all your aspirations and individual and collective prayers before the year's concert, they will not elevate you. And not make the prophetic statement. Next year, your career shall be a greater year. Pursue is not going to be the best of your years. Thank you very much and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the fourth session, your lordships, please come forward. The lordships are all participants, please come forward. Young electoral executives are available, please come forward for the photo session as we draw this event to a close. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Oliver, the stage is yours. You are most grateful to your lordships, to the Bennett Silks here present, to all the participants, the chairman of the Young Players Forum, the branch, and all experts. We are most grateful and we say thank you. We will come to give better thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the competition and of this session. Goodbye and see you at the beginning.